for you.
Very good morning. Namaskar, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Namaskar.
So, very good morning. And I extend heartiest welcome to Palomi, ma'am, and Manik, and all the other participants for this Art of Living session. So, we all are aware of Art of Living, the mission, because as a faculty member, I've seen many lives transformed through this mission, through Art of Living. So, whenever the students they have been at the crossroads. So, Art of Living mission, their volunteers, their teachers, they have helped many of my students. I've seen that transformation taking place. Uh, and whenever students at the crossroads, they are having a difficult time. Last year also, we were fortunate to have Shri Ravi Shankar ji in our campus as a chief guest for the convocation ceremony, and we were all so happy to see him and took his blessings as well. So I'm sure this session is going to be really amazing. And follow me, ma'am, uh, is going to share so many good things with you, and definitely there are going to be a lot of takeaways that is going to help us in our lives in a number of ways, in our professional life, in our personal life. So whenever we are stressed, when we are feeling lonely, we are feeling low. So this is sort of a mission through which lives they can be transformed. I really believe in this philosophy. So I now hand over the control to Balomi ma'am so that she can interact with the participants. Just to let ma'am know that most of the participants, they are the faculty members across India in different institutions, right? All right, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks for sparing your valuable time and be with us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Manik. And ma'am
Thank
would be assisted by Manik,
Thank
and
you. Thank
he'll
you.
be playing different videos and PPTs, etc. All right. Okay. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is it possible for me to view everybody, like if I can see everybody?
Yeah, yeah. May I request participants to please switch on their cameras?
Yeah,
Please
because
switch
it's
on
going
your
to be
camera.
a very interactive session.
Yeah.
So we would really love to see all your beautiful faces, bright faces today. Wow. Thank you. So nice, so nice. So nice of you. Thank you. Okay, great. So without much delay, I think let's right away get into the topic. Uh, Khosla sir, I think the topic for today is stress management, right? So you're on mute. So you're mute.
It's purely your choice. Purely your choice. The way you want to.
Okay, so how many people want this topic today? That my, stress elimination from life. You can all raise your hands one. Okay, great, great, great. You know,
Ma'am,
but in
good morning.
today's, yeah, am I audible? Clear?
Yes, ma'am. Very
Yeah,
much audible.
okay, okay, okay. So, it is said that in today's world, it is said Bhagwan or tanav, God and stress. Hmm? In fact, stress is giving a competition to God. Yeah, why? Because it is omnipresent. Even if you see small children today, they'll come and tell you, oh mummy, oh papa, I'm so stressed. Huh? So stress is, I think, one of the most common, it's the highest common factor in people's life today. Do you agree? Yes? Yeah? Even if we don't want it, God knows from where it comes and attacks us. We really don't know. Yeah, definitely. It is said that life may thoda stress. What should be the medium of my communication? It should be English, Hindi, or maybe both. Up, if you can just guide me a little.
Anything, man. You can mix Hindi also. There's no
Hindi
issue.
and English together.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Anything
great.
will be okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very so nice of you. And so I was telling you that today, little bit of stress is necessary, isn't it? Little bit, because it pushes us to do things. Whenever we are feeling lazy, or whenever we feel okay, maybe we'll postpone things. But a little bit of stress is good. Why? Because it helps us to be aware. It helps us to be alert. But that stress should be जितना आटे में थोड़ा सा नमक डालते हैं, the little salt that you put in your आटा. But अगर उल्टा हो जाए, नमक में आटा हो जाए, then the trouble begins, right? So today what we are going to talk about is, we will understand how stress comes and how we as individuals, as human beings, we have the power. It is inbuilt in us to eliminate. I'm not even telling you to manage stress. A lot of people have stress management as a topic. I'm not for it. I don't say, you know what is stress management? Suppose this is stress. It means sometimes I put it here, sometimes I put it there, I keep managing it, but it is still there. We are going to talk about stress elimination. Because I truly believe excess stress in our system is nothing like a garbage. Isn't it? Isn't it a garbage? How many people agree? It is unnecessary. It bogs us down, it bogs us physically, mentally, it destroys our nervous system, it destroys our mind and our life finally. Right? And we are seeing today that it's no more like, you know, it's not something that is happening at a distance. It is happening in our own homes, in our neighborhood, within our family, right? 10-15 years back, 10-15 साल पहले हमको पता ही नहीं था कि ये डिप्रेशन नाम की क्या चीज है. आज young children, teenagers, starting from children to the CEOs of companies, to the educationists, to everyone, every human being is experiencing this kind of mental agony, right? Okay, now, so to understand this, can we make this a little participative, this session? Because I'm sure in FDP you must be attending many lectures, and this is the last thing I want to do is to lecture you, okay? I'm not here to lecture you, I'm not here, I'm only here to share with you what I have experienced in my life. So I'll give you a short introduction about my life. Why? Because you will find it very relevant. So I did this program when I was doing my MBA, my first year MBA in Symbiosis, Pune. Yeah. And parallelly, I was also working for HDFC Bank. Yeah. I was just a officer that time, and I had just got inducted very young. I was 21 years old. And I did the program, and I had no idea what this is, Art of Living is all about. But I just went and I sat in the program. And of course, it's been 20 years now. So now you can guess my age. It's been 20 years now. And I teach these programs. I have taught it to thousands, I think thousands and thousands of people all across the country. Okay, starting from housewives to scientists to management experts to CEOs of the companies to corporates to students. I have taught in a lot of colleges, IITs, IIMs, even NITs. Lot of NITs I have taken programs for both for students and faculties. And you'll be happy to know I've even gone and taught terrorists in northeast of India. Yeah, I've taught in jails. So this has come, and I have seen that how it is possible. There is a technology available to eliminate stress from our life. We don't really need to live with the stress. Are you getting what I'm saying? For example,
Yes,
if in your house, let's say you are driving a car and there is a truck in front of you which is emitting black fumes. We all have a choice. What is the choice? To change track and go ahead of the truck and move on, isn't it? Same with stress, we have a choice. Okay, so now let's make it a little interactive, and let me ask you this question, okay? And please do, you can unmute yourself and say, or maybe you can, I'm sure there must be a communication, a chat box here. Manik, is there a chat box here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
great.
yes, it is.
So you can write it on the chat box, okay? So a simple question I'm asking you, and whatever, there is no correct answer, there is nothing wrong. There is no wrong answer. You can just answer the way you want to answer it, okay? Very simple question. According to you, what is stress? What is stress according to you? Anybody? Yes, Dr. Jivaratna. Yes, Jivaratna. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. You unmuted yourself. Yeah.
I think in our day-to-day life, because of the problems or challenges we can't handle, we might have some stress. It's basically psychological as well as physical. Stress is in both forms, I
So the
guess.
inability to handle a situation causes stress. Perfect. What else? I'm asking you, what is stress? If you can define stress in your own language, in your own way. Yes, Dr. Vibhuti, you were going to say something. Yeah.
What I feel is okay as per my own opinion.
Yes, sir.
Uh, it is a it is a society's reflection on your psychological thinking or your emotional thinking. So that
Right.
actually create a stress in your mind. So it is a kind
Beautiful.
of society create a orientations and giving a orientations. And for example, I can give some more example on
Yes.
right from beginning in the family. So when you look at the for example girls, we just used to tell them that you are paraya dhan ho first of all, and then second,
Correct.
okay, we ask them, no, we tell them that okay, your work is there in the kitchen. So all this actually psychologically, we prepared them that in future you are going to be like this, and that creates
Mm,
actually your stress in the mind at the right from the beginning. So that I feel that okay, right from the beginning we are in the stress, and that we are not able to handle in future. So and then we suffer. So there are many other reasons. Okay, that this is what I feel. This is the core concept of this stress that I feel.
Very well said, Dr. Vibhuti. Very well said. So can we say that it is the perceptions that we are fed with?
Yes, exactly. It is the
Concepts and
first.
perceptions, and then it is
Yes,
very different from reality.
yes, that is,
Can
yeah.
can
Some noises are coming. Can't hear.
Dr. Jayashree also would like to share, I think. Yes, please
Yes, ma'am.
share.
I
Yes,
think, is it a pressure? Is it a
it
kind
is a
of
pressure.
pressure? Uh,
Very
Irritable
true.
pressure doesn't allow us to do anything, pricking on our mind.
Very true. So it is the repetitiveness of those thoughts, right? Which keeps coming back. Very beautiful. So I'm getting lovely definitions. Obviously, you are from the best, of the country. So I can expect that answer. I think Shiva Kumarji
Uh,
also would like to say something. Yes, sir.
yes,
Please, please.
yes. Very good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir.
From my point of view, what I'm feeling about the stress is for every human being, they should have a little bit of stress. So, which means that yeah, fear should be there to do all the activities in the correct. That is,
Right.
from my point of view, if I am being an employee in a private institution, so my responsibilities will be there, and then it should be completed within a deadline. So we all keep on running to complete the task, in a given deadline. So that fear
Beautiful.
make us to do, that fear make us to run to complete everything. So that makes us somewhat fear, or we will be
Shiva
uncomfortable.
Kumarji, I think that is what we said in the very beginning of the session, that a little stress is good. Yeah, it's like
Yes.
salt in your food. But if there is excess salt in your food, you know, like there is more salt and less food in the food, then it is not edible, right? I liked what you said right now, that we have timelines and deadlines. So can I redefine the stress as maybe lots to do in life, too many things to do, but too little time and too little energy? Can we translate this, Shivakumarji,
Yes,
as what you
yes,
want to
yes.
say, right? So too much to do, but too little time and too little energy. Okay, so two things are coming across as definition of stress. One is the degree of difference between perception and reality. That is one. Number two, too much to do, but too little time and too little energy. For example, what is the color of this curtain behind me? Right now, what can you see?
White.
It is white.
White.
Very good, very good.
Light
But now it is, it is white, light color, right? Silver, yeah. So, but now if I put red glasses on your face, okay, I make you wear red glasses. What are you going to see?
Red.
Red color. Red.
Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Like very beautifully Dr. Bhutiji said, this is what it is. So it is the degree of difference between perception, which is my red glass, and reality. Let me take it in a very in your life example. For example, we all are into relationships, right? We have our spouses, we have our children, we have even our professional relationship, we have our boss, and we have our colleagues, we have so many our friends, like we have so many areas in our life. Let's say someday your boss or maybe your spouse behaves very rudely with you. In fact, utters a few words that are like arrows. It hits you badly, right? What usually happens? What is usually our reaction? We also react back, or we get stress and absorb it. Yes, either of these two. Very few people know the art of responding. Why? Because those words, those vibrations that hit my eardrums, it directly made an impact in my brain, in my mind, and causes stress in the system. Immediately, my ears became warm, my hands were shivering, anger came or sorrow came, these negative emotions came, right? And then what you thought? This person is so bad. This person is the rudest person in the world. I don't want to be with this person. Yeah? And you start developing a kind of apathy or hatred for that person. Now this could be a perception. Why? Maybe that particular day, that person who was rude to you may have had a bad day at home. Maybe somebody would have thrown some garbage at him or her. And what that person simply did was transfer the garbage to you. He didn't mean to do it. But he didn't know what to do because his whole nervous system was so stressed, he passed on the stress to you. So reality could be very different and my perception could be very different. But unfortunately, people and situations are not in our control. How can I control that person's life? How can I ensure that person is not stressed so that that person doesn't transfer stress to me? Are you getting it? But what is in my control is I should learn how to eliminate any negative emotion from my system. Right. Now to understand this, let me ask you the second question. So we are now all agreeing, we are all on the same page that stress is coming in our life through different channels, through people, through situation, through objects, right? Everybody agrees to this part. Now let's go on to the second part. ये जो तनाव है, ये जो stress है, ये आता कहाँ पे है? Where does stress come? Does it come into our kidneys? Does it come into our knees? Does it come into our bones or our heart? Where does stress आता कहाँ है? Anybody?
Mind. From your thinking.
Full body.
Thinking.
Who said mind?
Thinking.
Thinking is related to the mind. Who said mind? I would like to clap for the person. Who said mind, ma'am? I didn't, because the screen is limited. Who said? Please say your name, ma'am. Who said mind?
Simran.
Somebody said mind.
Simran.
Thank you, Simran. Beautiful. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Very good morning.
Ma'am, I think this comes mostly in the thoughts.
Beautiful. And
it is like ripples.
yeah,
It is like ripples.
so beautiful. Beautiful. So, Simran, can we say that it comes in the mind? Because thoughts come in the mind, right? So, it comes in the mind. Okay. But tell me honestly, what are you made of? Only the mind? Or are you made of more levels? Or are there more levels to your existence? Would you like to know? Would you like to look at your life from a bigger perspective? Yes? Would you like to learn about the 7 levels of your existence? How many people want to know? All the 7 levels. Very nice. So let's understand why I am going a little deep is because you have all of you are a scientific temperament. I'm an art and humanities person. I'm all heart. Anyway, Bengalis are all heart. Right? So that's why I'm trying to show you that there is a bigger perspective of life. So we live through 7 levels. The first level is the body through which we live. Yes? Without a body, like, Dr. Arun Khosla sir needed a body called Polemy to invite Polemy, right? He could not invite some Polemy who he can't see. So the first level is the body. Okay? The 7th level of our existence is the breath. Because without the breath, the body is dead. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Without the breath, people will not even refer to me as Polemy. They will tell me, oh, see, there is the body. Please go and, bury it. Go and cremate it. Yes? People will call me, as body. Right? So, body, breath, then we have the mind. Like you very correctly said, mind is that faculty in which the thoughts arise, right? Feelings arise, emotions arise. And how does the mind function? It uses the 5 senses. You know, na, the 5 senses? What are the 5 senses? What are the 5 senses?
Smell, touch,
Smell,
Yes.
hear,
Yes.
see, vision.
Beautiful. Very beautiful. So, seeing, touching, hearing, tasting, and smelling. So, through these 5 senses, the mind perceives the outside world. Yes or no? So, people in a coma, though they have eyes, they can't see. Though they have ears, they can't hear. Why? Because the mind is not there. Are you getting it? So, the main hero behind everything is the mind. Okay? For example, if I tell you right now, I'm feeling very happy. What is feeling happy? My body or my mind? Huh?
Mind.
Mind.
Got this? If I tell you that I'm right now taking a bath, who is taking a bath? My body or my mind?
Body.
Body.
Got this? So let us go back again. Out of the 7 layers of existence, first is the body. Body को चलाने वाला, body को जिंदा रखने वाला. Second is our breath. Okay? हमारी सांसें. Third is the mind, which has all the thoughts, feelings, emotions. It perceives. It's a perception organ, right? Fourth is our intellect. Can anybody tell me what is intellect? It is a faculty. What is the function of the intellect?
Understanding and responding the right and wrong.
Beautiful. क्या बात है, ma'am. Beautiful. So it is understanding and responding and discriminating between right and wrong. Discriminating. It is the decision-making faculty. Yes? For example, if I tell Marilyn, go and put your hand in the fire. Marilyn, will you do it? Marilyn, will you do it?
No.
No way.
Absolutely not.
She's laughing. She's saying Polemy has gone mad. What did she say? Right? So who tells you absolutely not, Marilyn? Who is the deciding faculty?
The intellect.
Beautiful. So got it, right? So the first layer was the body, second was the breath, third is the mind, fourth is the intellect. Right.
Right.
हाँ. Dipti Ranjan Patnaik ji. Dipti Ranjan ji. So where do you stay, Dipti Ranjan ji? What happened? Okay, I'll take someone else.
I'm from Odisha.
So who has told you that you're from Orissa? What in you has told you that you're from Orissa?
Intellect.
No, your memory.
Oh, fifth one is memory.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
ma'am. Thank
memory
you.
is the next level, next faculty which helps you to remember things. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Otherwise,
Okay, ma'am.
otherwise we will forget everything in life, right? So there is short-term memory, there is long-term memory, but memory is that part, right? So again, let's go back. First level, you only tell me. First is
Body,
body. Second,
breath,
beautiful. Third,
Mind,
Third mind.
intellect,
Fourth one is
Intellect.
intellect.
intellect,
And fifth one is memory.
Intellect.
memory.
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 now let's go
Memory.
for the sixth one. The sixth level is our ego. It is a part of our existence. We think ego is a bad thing. No, ego is not a bad thing. What is ego? Let's understand ego. Ego is our identification with ourselves. Okay. For example, Dr. Vibhuti, or let's say Dr. How can I remove this? There is one whole box that has come up and I can't see. Yeah. So, sir, so let's say Vivek ji. Okay, let's say Vivek ji. How this 24 hours, each one of us, we have an identification with ourselves. For example, who is right now talking? Polemy is talking. Who is listening? Polemy is listening. Who is here in the meeting? Polemy is here. Who is eating? Polemy. Who is sleeping? Polemy. So 24 hours, we have a continuous identification with ourselves. Yes or no? You
Yes, ma'am.
identify that this is me. This identification with myself is actually the
Ego.
So there is nothing wrong in having an ego. You need an ego. But when problem comes, when the ego either becomes very big and you say, okay, I am Polemy, I am the best. I am the one who has all the knowledge, rest are just like that. That is problematic ego, superiority complex or inferiority complex. Oh, I am Polemy, but I know nothing. I'm so poor and I'm like a fool. That is also ego, but it is on the other side, inferiority complex. Are you getting this? But we are not talking about that ego. Right now, we are talking about the sixth level of our existence, which is our identification with ourselves. Got this? Okay.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
let's go back. First,
Body.
Body.
second,
Breath.
third,
Mind.
Mind.
fourth,
Intellect.
Intellect.
Memory.
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 fantastic.
Sixth one is ego.
Ego.
Fantastic. And the last one. So see, if you can see, it is a journey from the cross. What is the cross? सबसे जो स्थूल है वो हमारा शरीर है, body. It is a journey from the gross to the subtle. And the last one, we have different names for it. We can call it the self. We can call it the soul. We can call it the Atman. We can call it the consciousness. Yeah, the spirit that runs us, that unseen energy that runs us. Hopefully today We are able to see our life has, all the time people think, oh, we are only the body, we are only the thoughts, we are only the emotions. Oh, we are only the, the label that we have. I'm an engineer, I'm a male, I'm a female. No, there are deeper levels of our existence. And believe me, next 7 days, I can talk about 7 levels of existence, but we have a time constraint. So today we have just touched upon this, right? And let me tell you why I have touched upon these 7 levels today. Because when the mind, through the outside situation, people and objects, whenever we experience stress, then at all the 6 levels, at all the 7 levels, we are affected. Stress affects each level of our existence and makes life hell for us. What it does to the body, what it does to the body. We know what. See, today people have so many non-communicable diseases, like what? Like diabetes, like heart problem, mental diseases like bipolarism, like schizophrenia, nervous system diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, sugar, diabetes, depression. Do you know the source of this? According to World Health Organization, the source of this disease is not in our body. It is in our mind.
Mind.
Just imagine. So imagine stress. Stress comes, affects the mind, and then the mind starts releasing all the toxic negative hormones. Yeah, it suppresses all the good hormones, the endorphins, the serotonins, the oxytocins. I'm sure you must have studied in biology. Yeah, we have an entire scientific research done by Harvard University, Yale University, University of Oslo, and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, and National Institute of Mental Health in NIMHANS, Bangalore. All these people have done a research on the art of living technique, and they have found out that how stress can affect the body. So it affects the body. So what it does, it brings diseases into the body, right? What it does to the breath? See, respiration is our life, isn't it? We inhale oxygen and we let go of carbon dioxide. And when we don't breathe properly, all the carbon dioxide are stored in our body, in the cells. And later on, it is manifested as diseases, right? So it destroys the body, it destroys over a period of time, it destroys our breathing pattern. 3, it brings negative emotions into the mind. A happy person will never react, will never get angry. A stressed person will continuously react, whether at home, whether in the office, and even if the person is not reacting outside, reactions are happening inside. So all negative emotions come into the mind. You remember, mind is that faculty in which emotions come, thoughts comes, feelings comes. So what kind of emotions come in stress? Anger, fear, guilt, regret, sorrow. Yes, all this is negative emotions. What happens to the intellect? It loses its discriminatory power. That is why you see people who are stressed, they don't know how to take the right decisions in their life. That is why they mess up their life. Because our life depends on our decisions, no? Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Today what I want to eat in my house, whether I want to eat cauliflower or I want to eat bhindi, that is also a decision, no? Yes or no?
Yes,
So
yes.
it destroys our intellect. It destroys our memory. You know what happens? The memory starts catching on to all the negative things that has happened in life and completely forgets all the positive things. Our people have always told us, look at the positive, look at the positive. What it is saying is, forget the bad memory, hold on to the positive memory. It will give you positivity and energy. But stress destroys that ability of the memory.
Ma'am, I
And what
have a
it does,
question.
the memory keeps holding to the negative things that have happened in our life. Yeah.
Ma'am,
Have you
excuse.
noticed one thing? If there are 10 things happening in our life, maybe only one or two is negative. Rest is positive only. But a stressed memory will always hold on to the negative, isn't it? And what it does to the ego, I just told you. Either it makes us gets us into superiority complex or into inferiority, right? So how to eliminate this stress? Yeah. Now we can't avoid stress. Stress is there. It will come. But just like we have a technology to send rocket into the moon, just like we have a technology to wash clothes in the washing machine, just like we have a technology of flying airplanes, we have a technology of cooking, of doing everything in life. There is a technology available of eliminating stress from your life. How many people would like to learn about it? It's a secret, but I'm going to share it with you today. So out of these 7 levels, there is one level. See, our ancestors, the rishis, the gurus, the munis, they were super intelligent. They knew how the human mind works. And can anybody tell me how to eliminate stress? The secret is hidden in the 7 level of our existence only.
Maybe, ma'am, it depends on our mind. Maybe it depends on our mind. This I think
Yes.
second or third level.
Yes.
The way we take things, the way we take whether with
A positive attitude.
different kinds of positive attitude or negative. It completely I think depends on our mind.
I agree with you.
Yeah, from the same
That is one way,
incident.
sir.
One person may get stress, the other person may not get the stress from the same situation. So I think it entirely depends on the mind.
Yes, sometimes we do not have control over our mind, isn't it? So what can we do to bring back that control into our mind? So there is a very beautiful mechanism. It is called the breath, the second level of existence. So you can see, you cannot control the mind from the level of your mind. Can you? You can't. For example, if somebody is insulting you, that time you can't think, oh, he's insulting me, let me be calm. No, your entire system will revolt. But that time, the breath can help us. That is why you see, when people get angry, but everybody says, okay, take long breaths, yeah? So there is a direct connection between the state of our mind and the breathing pattern. Tell me something.
Yes.
When you get angry, can everybody else be muted, please? I would request Ji. When you get angry, what is the speed? What is the rhythm of your breath? Have you noticed? When you
Very
get
fast.
angry,
Very fast. Fast.
very fast.
Very fast,
Have you
very
noticed that?
fast and very.
Yes, like that. No, very good, very good. Right now, just notice the rhythm of your breath. You're very calm. You're sitting down. You're relaxed. You're listening. You're talking. How is the rhythm of your breath? Tell me. How is it?
It is very normal.
It is normal, isn't it? It is neither fast nor slow. Okay, when you are very sad, there is a lot of pain. Have you noticed how is the rhythm of your breath? Anybody?
It's slow.
Deep. It's slow, deep, and it releases a lot of energy, hot energy.
Beautiful. It is hot, it is long, and it is deep. So can you see, if this is my mind and this is my breath, can you see for every change in emotion in the mind, the breath, rhythm and pattern is also changing? Can you see there is a direct connection between the state of our mind and the rhythm of our breath, how many people you have already noticed it, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes, ma'am.
So our ancestors have used this technology, the natural technology that has been gifted to us by nature, that if we learn how to breathe in the right way, we will be able to take care of our emotions, of our feelings, of our thoughts. And they made it so simple. They said in 24 hours, you just have to give 25 minutes to your life. And they called it breath and meditation. Pranayam and dhyan, breath and meditation. Are you getting this? Only for 25 minutes every day. If you learn, like for example, it was a part of our daily routine earlier. Maybe 2, 3, 400 years back, the entire world used to breathe and meditate every day, just like we eat, just like we take a bath, we go past stool, urine, huh? Just like we sleep, meditation and breathing was a part of our dinacharya, of our life. But somewhere it got eliminated. It happens. It happens. We got invaded so many times. The economic, the socio-economic, political fabric of our country and the world changed so many times. And somewhere we lost this precious gift. And today, through this session, I would like you to once again incorporate only for 20 minutes every single day, a little breathing and a little meditation. Okay? So we are not going to end this session without giving you a takeaway. Okay? So today we are going to teach you 3 things. One is we are going to teach you a little desktop yoga, so that whole day you are taking online programs, whole day you're in front of the screen. So I can imagine how much on the shoulder part, neck, head, eyes is getting affected. So today we will do some simple breathe air technique. So we will do number 1, desktop yoga, followed by a power breathing technique. Okay? After which you will not have the need for tea and coffee to energize you. Okay? This is an inbuilt energizing system which we are going to teach you. Okay? So you can do it. And third, we will take you through a short meditation. Are we all ready? Are you all excited and ready to receive it? Yes?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Okay. Manik, would you like them to do maybe you can take them through a little desktop yoga, starting from the head and eyes, yeah? So we have a very young volunteer of Manik with us today, and he's also a student of NIT. He has done the program, and today he wants to spread this knowledge to more and more youngsters. But today he is amongst all these senior faculty. So over to Manik. Yeah, can we highlight, spotlight Manik? Let's all do it, okay? Manik,
Okay.
to you.
Madam, you are not
Kindly
audible.
unmute.
You can
Ma'am,
unmute.
Voice is not audible.
You are unmute.
Okay. I said, Manik, you can start with some stretches and some
Yeah,
warm-ups
am I on screen, Didi? Because I couldn't see myself.
Oh, I can see you. Can
Yes,
everybody see Manik?
you are on screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's
yes,
begin.
Manik,
Let's
we
begin
can
by
see you
shaking
very
our
well.
hands.
Manik need to be spotlight, huh?
Yeah. Let's all shake our hands first. Now let's do a little bit of stretching. Let's take our arms to the side And let's rotate our hands, keeping our arms stagnant. Just the hand movements, hands rotation. 3 times clockwise and 3 times anti-clockwise.
Manik, maybe you can go a little behind so that we can see you fully.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to go little so that we can see the entire.
Yeah, the entire, yeah. And you can speak loudly so that everybody can hear you
Okay.
and see you well. Yeah.
Yeah, very perfect. Perfect.
Perfect.
Let's do some hands rotation. Anti-clockwise.
With a smile on the face.
Yeah, that is very important actually. Yeah. Now let's come to our eyes because that is one organ we use a lot. Let's do some eye massage. Let's massage our eyebrows using our thumbs. We need to use our thumbs and massage our eyebrows. Now let's do some eye rotation. Taking our eyeballs to the left, right, left, right, left, right, up, down, up, down, up, down, center. Now let's rotate them clockwise and then anti-clockwise. First, let's rotate them clockwise. Anti-clockwise. Center. Now let's massage our ears. Let's pull them, shake them.
You can pull them really hard, okay? Because all the nerve ends are over here. The ends of the nerves are here. You remember when we were young?
From the bottom, then from the middle, from the top, from everywhere.
Now we can pull our own ears and you can cycle with them also.
Yeah. Let's massage our forehead. Our cheeks.
Lot of stress gets accumulated on these areas, you know. So when you do a little massage, they all get eliminated.
Nose also.
Even the bridge of the nose, you know, between the eyes here, a lot of, you know, yeah.
When is the preferable time to do this?
2 hours after food.
Okay.
Morning, anytime, whenever you feel tired, less energy, just 2 minutes you can energize yourself.
We can now do a little bit of neck rotation also. Because we keep our necks all the time on the screen these days. Yeah. Let's take our neck to the right, left. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Center. Let's take it down and then rotate it clockwise and anti-clockwise. While rotating, we can inhale for the half circle and then exhale for the other half circle. Anti-clockwise. Center and relax.
Manik, some shoulder exercises.
Okay. Okay, let's rotate our shoulders clockwise. Anti-clockwise. And relax. Yeah. Is that enough for now, or we need to do more?
Yeah, maybe we can do some shoulder pumping. So breathe in and out. Everyone, let's do this. So, you don't have to, you have to just pull your shoulder up, try to touch it to your ear, bring it down with the breath. Very good. Okay, so we'll do something for our fingers also, because we are using the fingers. So keep opening and with the breath. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, ha. Something for the elbows. So breathe in and ha, 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 ha. Something for the wrist. So just make a fist and with your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposite side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is something very nice for people with shoulder pain. So what you need to do is, I'll just show you. You have to stretch your hands like this, and you have to pull your fingers towards yourself. Both your hands. Okay? Pull your fingers towards yourself. Can you feel pain in the arms? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Pain. Pull both your hands like this. Pull. And then just say tata bye-bye. Keeping the stretch. Just say. And do it till the time it really pains you. I'm telling you, within 3 days, all your shoulder pain will vanish. It is a magical exercise. Yeah? Just keep doing this. Very good. Now leave it. How are you feeling? So relaxed, no?
Very relaxed and very light.
Very light, very light. Now we'll do a little stretch. So wherever you are sitting, as you
Feeling like for Ayurveda massage. Feeling like we have taken a massage.
Yeah. Now interlock your fingers and take it up. And from the base of your spine, pull your body up. Pull your body as much as you can. Very good. And then go to your right. Go to your left. With the breath. Okay? Right and left. Very good. And now take it behind. Take it behind. Like interlock like this. And then what you do with your hand, push your head. But with your head, push your hand back. Okay, your hand will try to put your head down. You don't let this. So put this pressure on. This is very good for cervical. Okay, put this pressure on. Excellent. And then what we are going to do? We are going to sit and we are going to twist. So you're sitting, put your right hand on your left, everybody else. Okay, and then turn back, turn, twist back as much as you can. Feel the twist in your hips and upper back. Come back, opposite side, left hand on your right knee, twist back. You can hold the chair of the handle of the chair and you can go back, twist. And now let's take all the stress out of the system. जोर से करो till your hands fall off. Everybody. Done. And ha. Ah. So how are you feeling now? Is there a change in the way you were
Very relaxed.
feeling relaxed? Now
Feeling
we will
very different
relax you.
from the earlier, ma'am.
Yes.
Many of the parts
And
are
now we are
used
going to
today, ma'am.
yes. And now we are going to relax you even more. Okay. We will do a power breathing technique now. Okay. So like I told you, we take in oxygen and we throw out what? Carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is the metabolic waste product of our body. Right? So sometimes we feel very low in energy, and then what we do, we look for a cup of coffee and tea. Yes? And then more coffee and more tea. And then more coffee and more tea. And we can't do without it. There comes a time when we get even addicted to coffee, tea, alcohol, tobacco. Many people. But you know, again, nature has given us a natural energizer. So today we will do a very beautiful breathing process. It's called Bhastrika. It is very simple. You have to breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your nose. But you have to do it a little forcefully. Okay? So normal breath is like this. Everybody look at me. Am I visible to everyone? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So normal, just breathe normally and breathe out normally. Now forcefully it will be like this. As if you're throwing something out of your system. Okay? But this we will do with a hand movement. Because we have to activate the lungs. Okay? How we will do, just copy me. So loose fist in front of our shoulders. Okay? Your hand should not be far away from your body. It should be touching your body. Okay? Your nails should be pointing outside. Spine absolutely erect. Okay? And what you need to do is, yeah. So when I will say breathe in, you will have to breathe in and take your hands up. So you will have to do this. Got this? When I say breathe out, you have to breathe out and bring your hands back to the same position. Okay? So just watch me one time. Okay? Okay. If you have a little cough and all, you can keep a tissue with yourself, because there can be some things coming out from the nose, which is okay. But you can keep a tissue with yourself. Okay? It's very good. Even your sinus and all the blocks will open up, especially if you have cold and all. And it will instantly energize you. Okay? So first round, you can see me and do with me with eyes open. But second and third round, I want all of you to do it with your eyes closed. Okay? Because now it is time to go inward. Yeah? See, all the time we are outward only, no? In the world. Now let's go to our inner world. Huh? Let's go to the real internet. Yeah? The inner net. We are all the time on internet. Now we will get into the inner net. So one round, just for practice, you see me and do along with me. Okay? And after that, you will close your eyes. Just keep following my instruction. And after that, I will take you through a short meditation. So you can take a back support. You can sit on a chair. You can sit aram se. You can sit wherever you want to with your eyes closed. And I will guide you through a short meditation today. Okay? But before that, let's do the power breathing technique. And I promise you, after that, you will not need any more tea, coffee. Once a day, twice a day will be enough for you. Okay? Okay. Let's do it. Now, first round you do with eyes closed. So let's get ready for the first round of Bhastrika. Loose fist in front of your shoulders. Smile on your face. Spine erect. Take a normal breath in first and breathe out. And now together, breathe in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, 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 forcefully, out, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, and relax. When I say relax, put both your hands open towards the sky like this. Just place it on your knees like a yogi does. Just put both your hands on your knees. This is the relaxed position. Got it? So 15 times we will do this. In, out. Okay, 15 times I will guide you. After which you will open your palms, close your eyes and just feel any vibrations and sensations and flow of energy in the body. So now everybody is clear with the technique? Yes? Any doubt for anybody? You want me to repeat it? Remember, when your hands go up, no, your fist will open up. Mutti khul jayegi upar. Okay, so it's like in, out. Okay, straight. Okay, so now let's do it with our eyes closed. You may close your eyes and just follow my instruction. Let's take position for the second round of Bhastrika. Loose fist in front of the shoulders. Dhili mutti kandhon ke samne rakh le. Loose fist, eyes closed. Eyes closed, sir. Spine erect. With a smile, just take a normal breath in and breathe out. Now, with full enthusiasm and forceful breath, we will do. Start. Breathe in, out. Everyone, in, out. In, out. Everyone do it. In, out. 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 And relax. Keep your eyes closed. Place your palms on your knees. Palms will be open towards the sky. And just observe the vibrations in the body, the sensations in the body, and the sudden flow of energy in your body. Take a long, deep breath in. As you breathe out, relax. This is a time to relax. And now let's get ready for the final round of Bhastrika. One more time we will do it. Take your position. Loose fist in front of your shoulders. Spine erect. Smile on your face. We are all smiling warriors. Take a normal deep breath in first. Empty the lungs and with eyes closed. Together, forceful breath. Breathe in. 1. In. Out. In, out, 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 in, out. In, out, and relax. Keep your eyes closed. Place your palms on your knees. Palms open towards the sky. Observe the sudden flow of energy in your palms. in your hands and face. We are made up of energy. There is both matter and energy. While we pay so much attention to our matter, this body, and the matter in the world, the material world, it is also important to pay some attention to the spirit inside us, to the energy within us. Sit easily and comfortably, and now we will do a short meditation. एक छोटा सा ध्यान करेंगे. You can take back support. You can sit on a sofa. You can take chair. You can take cushion. And relax. Now is the time to relax completely. Eyes closed. Let's all close our eyes. You can keep aside your specs if you want to, because your eyes are anyway closed, so relax totally. Sit nicely with a gentle smile on your face. It is okay. Fake bhi hai, koi baat nahi. Even if it is a fake smile. We will fake it till we make it. Wonderful. Let's take a deep, long breath in and slowly breathe out. And as you breathe out, relax the body, relax the mind. Let go of all efforts. Right now, there is nothing that we need to do. Just relax. हमने बहुत कुछ कर लिया है. अब कुछ नहीं करना है, विश्राम करना है. विश्राम करें. Listen to the sounds around you. The chirping of the birds. Maybe the noise of the sound in your room, noise of the fan in your room, or the AC, the traffic around you. Just listen to all the noises in your surrounding. Accept all the noises and become one with your surrounding. आसपास के सारी आवाजों को स्वीकार करके अपने वातावरण के साथ एक रूप हो जाएं. मुस्कुराते मुस्कुराते फिर से एक लंबा गहरा सांस लें और मुस्कुराते मुस्कुराते छोड़ दें. Take a breath in with a smile. And as you breathe out, relax the body. शरीर को ढीला छोड़ दे. Let go and relax. Relax the head and shoulders. Relax both your hands. Relax your back and feet. Just relax. Now let's take our attention to our body. मन ही मन शरीर की ओर अपना ध्यान ले आए. Let's take the attention to our right foot. दाएं पैर पे ध्यान ले आए. Right knee, दाया घुटना. Take your attention to your right thigh and hip. दाया जंघा पे और कमर पे ध्यान ले आए. Breathe in. As you breathe out, relax more and more. Let go of all efforts. विश्राम करें. Now let's take our attention to our left foot. बाएं पैर पे अपना ध्यान ले जाए. लेफ्ट नी, बायां घुटना. Take your attention to your left thigh and hip. बाएं जंघा और कमर पे ध्यान ले जाएं. And take your attention to the whole of your left leg. पूरा बाएं पैर पे ध्यान. Breathe in. As you breathe out, relax completely. विश्राम करें. Bring your attention to your abdomen. पेट के निचले हिस्से पे ध्यान ले आए. नाभि, navel, पेट, stomach, chest, छाती पे ध्यान ले आए. Bring your attention to both your shoulders. दोनों कंधे पे ध्यान ले आए. Right arm, दायां हाथ पे ध्यान. Left arm, बायां हाथ पे ध्यान. चेहरे पे ध्यान ले आए. Face, top of the head, सर की चोटी. And take your attention to the whole body, पूरा शरीर. Whole body. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, relax more and more. Let's become aware of any thoughts that are coming to the mind right now. Whether good thoughts or bad thoughts, let them come. Do not resist any thought. Let it come. Just become aware. Become aware of any emotions that are coming. Whether good emotions, pleasant emotions, or unpleasant emotions. Let them come. Do not stop them or resist them from coming. They are like clouds, they will come and go. Just become aware of them. You are joy. You are peace. आप आनंद हो, आप शांति हो. ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा अमृतं गमय. ॐ शान्ति शांति शांति. Slowly bring your attention back to your emotions. Be aware of your emotions once again. Become aware of your thoughts. Become aware of your body and surroundings. शरीर और परिसर के प्रति सजग हो जाए. With a smile, take a deep breath in, and with a smile, breathe out. And whenever you feel like, जब भी आपका मन हो, धीरे से आंखें खोल सकते हैं. Slowly and gradually, whenever you feel like taking your own time, you may open your eyes now. Good morning. How are you feeling? How is your mind?
Now everything is synchronized, body, soul, and mind.
Yes.
Yes.
It's synchronized.
Beautiful.
Very pleasant. Very pleasant. Feeling extremely relaxed and light.
Fully energized.
This is the power of your breath, and this is the power of your meditation. Stress is eliminated. It's gone. Yeah. Of course, today was just a very short introduction. So, we have our Art of Living programs that we conduct in more than 160 countries. And you will also be happy to know that we have signed you. Am I audible?
Yes,
Some noise is there.
Going, ma'am.
Participants are, unmute. So if we,
So if you all can mute yourselves, then I think it will be better. If everybody can just mute yourself. Yeah. So and whenever you want to speak, then you can unmute yourself. So
Now
the Art of Living. Yeah, perfect. So the Art of Living programs, in Art of Living, we teach you a very powerful breathing process. 90% of our mental and physical toxins are eliminated through the respiration. Yeah. So when you learn how to breathe, you can eliminate all the stresses from the system. So we teach a very powerful breathing process. Like I told you, all the top universities, medical fraternities across the world, they have done a research on the Art of Living breathing process. It's called the Sudarshan Kriya. Yeah. And it has been seen by, in that stress levels. Manik, maybe you can just share quickly that Sudarshan Kriya, or maybe we can even show the Yale University video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a short video by Yale University of America. They have done a research and they've put it on a video. This is the Art of Living process. So we are doing courses for Art of Living across NITs now. Yeah.
Should I play it?
Yeah. It's not audible, Manik.
Audio is not audible.
Oh, is it so?
Yeah.
I'll check.
Thing.
Is it audible now?
No.
No, not audible.
It's not audible.
Now, Didi?
No, 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 no. So what
I
we
think
can
there's
probably
some error.
No, close the window and
You
open
can
that
mute the
again.
computer audio
Yeah.
at domestic setting.
select
Pardon?
the computer's audio. You have to select the computer audio. There is a dog barking. If somebody
Yeah.
can just unmute themselves.
Yeah, should I try from my side? I've got the link, ma'am.
Yes, 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 yes. Why don't you do that, sir?
All right,
That'll be
let me
so
give a try.
nice.
Let me give a try. Yeah.
Well,
Yes, Manik, let me give a try.
okay.
Yeah.
Should I send you the link?
Yeah, I've got the link.
Okay. Okay.
But it says only organizers can play this.
Please share the link in the chat box so that way all of us can see that.
So what I will do is let's not maybe see it. Maybe you can see it later on. Manik, please share the link. It is on YouTube. Okay.
It is
We
in the
will
chat
share
box.
the link with you. And I'm also going to leave you. I will also share my number with you personally. So if any one of you want to organize these programs in your campus, you'll be very happy to know that NIT Goa, NIT Agartala, NIT Jalandhar, and another, I think, a couple of more NITs have already signed a memorandum of understanding with Art of Living to conduct these programs in their campuses, right? Because what is being noticed is that the stress levels are decreasing tremendously, and the productivity and efficiency of these students and faculties are increasing. So it is becoming a very happy campus. And not only in the NITs, it is also being done in IITs, in all top medical colleges. There are 100 universities, including Harvard, Oxford, University of the Tech, Virginia University, MIT, Stanford University. They have today made it a part of their curriculum for faculties and students. And in India, you just name it and it's there. Like every college today, they have realized the importance of stress elimination, because you might have a very intelligent brain, but if there is stress, it's like a virus. Yeah. And breathing and meditation is definitely the antivirus for it. Yeah. So I'm also going to leave my number. You can even note my number. I'm Paulumi. I'll be available. Even personally, you want to kind of discuss anything, or because today I understand that especially through the COVID times, people are going through a lot of unnecessary mental stress, and it is very natural, because things are uncertain. Children's education is there, finances are there, and mostly health. Everyone is worried कि अरे कहीं मुझे corona ना हो जाए, isn't it? People are really worried about the corona part. And let me tell you, once you start doing the breathing and meditation, the immunity can go up by 30%. You don't even need to take medicines. Nature has given us this power, because when you breathe, you're throwing out the toxins. And when you're breathing in, you're taking in oxygen. And you're sending oxygen to every cell of your body. Thereby, eliminating all the negative stresses and toxins that are there. So hormonally, maybe you can share that report, that PDF file, Manik.
Okay. Okay.
So, we have a report on the Sudarshan Kriya, the art of living technique that I'm telling you. All India Institute of Medical Sciences and many other institutions, they have made a research report. So you can just have a look at it. We will share this PDF with you also. Just share
Yeah,
it
I'm
once,
just.
Manis. Yeah, see, you can see 70 independent studies conducted on 4 continents. Yeah. Yeah, it decreases clinical and non-clinical depression. You can see the p-values. Yeah, just overall you can have a idea. Yeah, it decreases clinical and non-clinical anxiety. These are all research in 4 continents across the world. 73% of individuals suffering, I can't, too much movement, suffering from generalized and anxiety disorder, despite 12 weeks of standard psychiatric core drugs and psychotherapy, experience significant reduction in anxiety, and 41% achieved remission by practicing 4 weeks after learning Sudarshan Kriya Yoga. It's called SKY Sky Sudarshan Kriya Yoga that we teach in the Art of Living program. Yeah, today we just did a introduction. It was just a, yeah, this is very important. Sudarshan Kriya Yoga or Sky significantly decreases cortisol levels. What is cortisol? You must be knowing it is the main stress hormone. And when the stress hormone in us is high because of stress, all other body functions reduce. Yeah. So this technique reduces the stress hormone called cortisol. Yeah. Yeah. Significantly greater mental focus in Sudarshan Kriya Yoga practice. So you can see this is the brain mapping that they have done. Yeah, we will send you this report. We will share this PDF with you. I will request Sir Khosla sir to share it with you. Yeah, so many people have today a problem with platelets because of COVID and all. So this enhances your immunity. So your lymphocyte count goes up. Just look at the benefit. It's amazing. And this is nothing new. It was always there. It reduces your cholesterol, main enemy of the heart, right? Safola will not help to reduce cholesterol. It is the breathing and the meditation and the Sudarshan Kriya. Healthier blood pressure. Yeah. So physical levels, there are immense benefit. Physical, mental, emotional, at every level, at all the 7 levels. These are all published research. Yeah. Deep sleep. A lot of people have sleep disorders. They can't sleep at night. After practicing of Sudarshan Kriya, people can sleep well. Obviously, if there is stress in the system, one can't sleep. Yeah. Next, we'll just go through it quickly. Yeah. The well-being hormone prolactin. So the sense of well-being you will feel enhances optimism, degree of optimism. Yeah, so that's it. I think this is more than enough for you to understand, sir. And let's come back again. I think that's enough. Yeah, we can stop sharing. Thank you so much, Manik. And I would definitely like to hear a feedback of this session, an experience of your session. It's almost time now. And Manik, you can leave my number in the chat box. And you
Yes, I
can
have
also
added
leave.
that.
Yeah. So, anybody who wants to organize these online programs and in your own institutions, or you yourself want to do it individually, you're most welcome, because I conduct these programs every month. Yeah. And that's it. And thank you everybody for joining in, and thank you Khosla sir for organizing this session. And it was indeed an honor and pleasure to meet all of you. And all of you have such good vibrations and such good energy. And I wish that all of you stay healthy, you have a very healthy life, your families are safe, and I wish you all the best in everything in your life. Thank you.
Didi, I think we need to get the feedback form also filled.
Oh, is there a feedback form?
Yeah, there is one.
For the entire program, we are going to do it on Friday or Saturday. But in
Okay.
case you are looking feedback for this specific session, you can share the link.
Yeah, I'll just share it in the chat box.
All right.
Sir, the chat box is not available for us.
Okay.
Sir, there was no attendance link today.
You have shared it. That's why,
It is there in the chat box, I think.
But chat box is not available, sir.
Maybe,
Chat box
sir, you can
is disabled.
copy and paste the link in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Palome ma'am, it was a great session really. I would like to get in touch with you individually, personally.
Sure.
It was great session. Yes, ma'am.
Surely, ma'am. So, do you all have my number and my email ID?
Yeah,
So, you can share
it's
it
there in
there.
chat box.
Yeah.
It's in chat
Yeah.
box. Yeah.
So, I may
Yes,
not
ma'am.
be able to pick your call if you're calling me because I'm mostly in these sessions. But if you leave me a WhatsApp message or a SMS or a mail, I will 100% get back to you. Okay?
Yeah,
And
ma'am. Sure.
yeah, surely. And
So,
what a pleasure. Thank you.
any
Thank
any
you.
question from the participants? Any question, feedback?
Follow me,
Yes,
ma'am.
madam.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
such a pleasure
Yes.
to hear you today. This is seriously, it was mind-blowing thing. Such a peaceful and calm, it had created actually a calmness.
Thank
And
you,
you
ma'am.
have introduced something very great, and that what I want to say is that at our own workplace area, how can we actually use these techniques, and we
Yeah.
can spread the positivity with all of our place and the colleagues also, by which
Yes.
whom we are working for the entire day. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
amazing, really, thank you so much from heart. And really an honor to hear you and to be to be connected to you. Thank you really so much, ma'am.
And the
Am
honor
I
and pleasure is mine actually because I got an
so
opportunity to be with all of you. It
yes,
was
ma'am.
such a joy, really.
Yes, ma'am, it was amazing and a very joyful session, I must say. Ma'am, I haven't got your number yet.
Yeah, it is
Please, I will
right.
request Manik to send it again, please, in the chat box, because I would like to
I'll send it
get
again.
connected to you for sure.
Surely, ma'am. Surely.
Thank you so much. God bless,
Thank
ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you so much. And you made us be aware of what all the parts we have not yet used.
I
We
don't think
actually have to use.
now you will not forget the levels of your existence.
Yes. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much for the great session and learning, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And do the Sudarshan Kriya program. I'm sure NIT will organize all for the faculties as well. So, Khosla sir, maybe you can take this further.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. So I'll request Manik to, whenever there's a program, so he can share the link with me. So since I've got the contacts of all participants, I'll be passing on the information.
Wonderful.
Sure,
Wonderful.
sure.
Sure. And do give your feedback on the session. Together we can make a happy world. What do you say? Because the world is made of people like you and me. So if every individual in the society is peaceful, is energized, is happy and positive, you know, all the whole planet will become so beautiful. So I really thank the founder of Art of Living, Shri Ravi Shankar ji. It is his inspiration, and he is the founder of Art of Living, and he has introduced this breathing and meditation into our lives. And I have just been an instrument a medium to pass this on to you. So do come, and lot of we have a lot of programs. You can go to our website. You can there's so much you cannot imagine what all is there in this world, positive stuff for everyone. So that's it. And if you have any questions, you can, I think we have short our time limit. So you can message me individually, okay, and I will surely get back to you. Just write your name and from where you are. Huh? Otherwise, if so many people send me a WhatsApp message, uh, but without a name or proper, introduction. So just give me a small introduction and I will know who you are. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I express my gratitude to you and Manik, and as well as all the participants who have participated so enthusiastically in this program. And definitely, these things are so important in our lives. And if we are able to manage our stress, if we are able to bring out positivity in our lives, a lot of good things can happen. Again, I express my gratitude to Ma'am, Manik, and Shri Ravi Shankar ji through this mission, Art of Living mission. As I said in the beginning, also I've personally seen so many lives getting transformed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. Lots of best wishes and love to everybody. All the best. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So next session we are going to have at 12 noon. Professor Hugh from University of Hong Kong. He'll be talking about flipped classroom learning, and that is a new concept. I've tried it in my classroom as I shared with you, and it's going to be a great session that is going to follow. So we're going to have a break for some time, and kindly join at 12. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Kosla. Are you? Can you hear me? You are muted. You are muted.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, Professor Hugh. Can you hear me now?
Very clear. What time is it now in India?
It's 12 noon.
Oh, noon o'clock. Oh, lunch. It should be lunchtime.
Probably it's your lunchtime.
No, it's already 2:30 now. It's already past the lunchtime.
All right. And then our lunchtime is, it varies, but largely after 1 p.m.
Oh, after 1 p.m. Okay.
Can we begin the session?
Yes. So I'll try to keep it before your lunchtime, before we one.
Hello, everyone. A very, very good afternoon to all of you. And right now we are going to have a amazing session, and so relevant and so important in today's context. On the inaugural day, we got an opportunity to interact with Professor Hugh, and that was an amazing session, and where he shared his experience of applying gamification in his classroom. Today he'll be talking about the flipped learning in online setup. And we all are facing, we are all of us are in online mode, and we are facing a lot of difficulties in engaging the students. And probably Professor's Hugh experience and his thoughts, his experience, his expertise in this context is going to help us a lot, so that we can improve the students' engagement in our classroom. So over to Professor Hugh.
Thank you, Dr. Kosla. But first of all, can you see my PowerPoint slide? Can you see my slide?
Yeah, it's visible.
You can see my slide, right? Oh, okay. So that to make sure everybody can see it. Okay, right? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to join you again this afternoon. And I was told by Dr. Kosla that you all normally go for lunch at 1, so I'll try to keep it within this 1 hour. Okay, this afternoon I will be talking about fully online learning. In particular, I will talk about the flipped classroom approach. Okay, and this will be my agenda. Okay, throughout my talk this afternoon, I will talk about the benefits, if any, of using flipped classroom, and I will share with you a specific framework, which I call the 5E instructional framework. And then finally, I will talk about strategies or guidelines to design fully online flipped classes. So for those who do not know me, this is my experience, my qualifications, and my research focuses on what engages learners in blended or online learning settings. So let's begin now. I talk about a massive disruption this Monday about the COVID-19. And I mentioned about 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries and all continents are affected. Now, before this COVID-19 pandemic, online learning has been around for many years. Has been with us for many years, online learning. But somehow, online learning never really take root. Many schools, many universities still prefer face-to-face learning because they believe that face-to-face allows students to socially interact. So until this pandemic started, no one really took online learning very seriously. But right now, because of the pandemic, everybody has no choice but to go to do the online learning. So what has changed? Okay.
कोशिश है मैं बात कर लेती हूँ, है ना? क्योंकि मुझे नहीं लगता कि जो फोन कॉल हुई हैं वो इतनी इफेक्टिव है. हाँ मतलब जैसे वो लड़की का मैंने आपको बताया जो सिविल सर्विसेज का पेपर दे रही
May I request all the participants to mute their mics,
मैंने
please?
सबको बीबीए बीकॉम मैंने खुद पर्सनली मेल की हुई है, पोस्टर भी स्कीम भी। तो और उन दिनों वो बच्चों के सबके फ्रेश मेल आईडीज हैं, तो वो मेल तो चेक करते हैं, इतना मुझे पता है। मैं कल ही सोच रही थी मेल एक बार मैं फिर कर देती हूँ।
मेल का पता क्या है, मेल पता नहीं चेक करते हैं कि नहीं करते, आपको लगता है वो करते हैं मेल चेक?
Okay, because of the pandemic, the adoption of online learning is accelerating. Okay, you can see from 2019 all the way the trajectory to 2027, there will be more, the market share of online education is increasing in the coming years. But however, someone says it's now painfully clear that schools ought to have more robust disasters preparedness plans in place in the event of interruptions. But you know that many schools did not have such plans in place. So in many places, online learning is about to get a bad reputation at many campuses, says Michael Horn. So I'm not sure about how is online learning being accepted by your universities. Okay, usually a lot of students, a lot of instructors, they are not so sure how to actually engage in online learning. There are actually many fully online learning now taking place. But the two important questions that I want to ask you is this. Do you think fully online learning can be as effective as face-to-face learning? And do you think fully online learning can be as satisfying as face-to-face learning? So these two questions are very important. One is the question about effectiveness of online learning. Is it as good as face-to-face in terms of helping students to learn? And second thing, can online learning be as satisfying as the traditional face-to-face learning? So, what research says about the effectiveness of online learning? Okay, providing computers and internet alone do not generally improve student academic outcomes. More than that, okay, it's more than just using the technology or the infrastructure. But providing computers and internet alone can increase student computer skills. So what do you want students to achieve? If you want students to learn better computer skills, yes, you can do fully online. But if you want students to have better academic outcomes, you must remember that using technology alone is usually not sufficient. And randomized control studies suggest that online-only courses, fully online courses, tend to lower student academic performance compared to face-to-face classes. What about student satisfaction? Okay, we talk about students' effectiveness in terms of learning. What about satisfaction? Now, online learning often carries the stigma of being a weaker option and of lower quality. I think this is very true. Before the pandemic, as I mentioned just now, many universities do not prefer using online learning. Many universities prefer the face-to-face because they believe that online learning is lower quality than face-to-face learning. And a recent survey found that as many as 91% of more than 11,000 faculty staff do not wish to teach online. Not surprising. In 2019, just last year, about 70% of 40,000 students prefer face-to-face lessons. So statistics show us that online learning is not something desirable by both faculty staff as well as students. Now, over in HKU, what some instructors did, okay, some instructors simply post their PowerPoint slides onto the learning management system for students to read, and students ask questions if necessary. Some instructors post their video lectures on LMS for students to watch, and then students ask questions on the forum. And some instructors decided to talk non-stop on Zoom for more than 2 hours. Now, as you can expect, I don't think any of these three strategies will really engage students. Some common student complaints over in my university would be this. I paid for a 3-hour lesson, but the instructor only conducted 1 hour Zoom lesson, and I want my money back. Okay, some students complain that my instructor only gave us PowerPoint slides, nothing more than that. And yet, there are other students who complain that feel so tired watching the instructor talk non-stop on Zoom. I'm not sure whether your students have such complaint about you. Okay, but these are some of the student complaints that we received during our first semester when we switched everything from face-to-face to completely online. You may have heard of this term called Zoom fatigue or Microsoft Teams fatigue. Everybody is tired looking at the screen for many hours. So the big question that I want to address this afternoon is, how can we engage students in fully online learning? So ways to engage students. Okay, I talk about grades. You can use grades, threats, or punishment. Okay, and recently, what about the use of flipped learning? I'm not sure how many of you have tried flipped learning. Some of you may have not tried. Some of you may have heard it, and some of you may actually tried it. For those who have tried it, I'm not sure whether would you want to continue to use flipped learning or you don't want to use. So we need to understand what exactly is flipped learning or flipped classroom. So this is the flipped learning structure. In the traditional classroom, students will attend class and will listen to a lecture by the professor. Okay, and after class, the professor will give them homework. Students will have to complete the homework activities after class. So this is the traditional classroom structure, which is used in many schools and universities around the world. The flipped classroom is different, all right? Okay, students attend a video lecture done by the instructor before coming to class. So they learn something before they come to class, and during class, they do a lot of classroom activities such as problem solving, group discussion, or individual reflection. So flipped, in other words, students learn something before they come to class, and during class, they apply what they learned under the guidance of the instructor. So the flipped learning structure is basically very simple. Do something before class, and when you come to class, hands-on activities. The growth of online learning has been tremendous. Okay, why flipped learning is still going strong 10 years later? It first started in 2007, and 10 years later it is still going strong. And the flipped classroom market in North America is to grow about 35% through 2020. And the number of peer-reviewed articles containing flipped learning in title or abstract has been increasing since the year 2012. 2012, okay, it started, and then you can see that up to 2015, there's a very steep increase in the number of papers related to flipped classroom or inverted classroom or flipped learning. So these three terms, inverted classroom, flipped classroom, and flipped learning, they usually mean the same thing, which is the flipped learning. Do you really think flipped learning really improves learning? Unless you are convinced that flipped learning can help your students learn, you would not want to try it. Okay, so this is a very important question for us to consider. Does it really improve students' learning? So to answer this question, my students and I have been engaged in flipped learning class research since 6 years ago, and these are some of our research that we did. Okay, we did a comprehensive analysis of 28 flipped classroom studies in the health professions education, such as medical education, nursing education, pharmacy education. And we found that flipped classroom improves student learning in health professions education. We also analyzed the use of flipped classroom in mathematics. Okay, it can be mathematics in high school, mathematics in university, mathematics in primary school. Okay, and this paper found that flipped classroom actually improved learning as well in mathematics context. Two other papers, we also analyzed a very recent paper. We analyzed student achievement in engineering education. I think this is very relevant to most of you since you are in engineering and technology universities. I also analyzed when is flipped classroom more effective and why it flops. Other papers that I have been researching on flipped classroom. Recently, I have a paper that examine how we can use flipped learning approach to support student engagement. Okay, in secondary school mathematics teaching, and we also have a paper that combine the use of gamification with flipped learning on students' behavioral and cognitive engagement. So these are some of the articles that I've published on research using flipped classroom. So what did we find? These are the main findings. Generally, overall, we find that flipped learning is a more effective method to increase student learning achievement than traditional lecture method. Across all kinds of discipline, mathematics discipline, health professions discipline, engineering discipline. So we found that flipped learning consistently outperformed the traditional lecture method in terms of helping students achieve better learning outcomes. We also found that if you use a structured assessment such as quiz at the beginning of your class, can significantly increase the flipped learning effect size. So this is two important findings that we found. So far so good, but you know, in life there is always a but somewhere, isn't it? So this is our but matter, our but issue in flipped classroom. If you were to flip your lesson, what would you ask students to do in the pre-class and in-class lessons? These are some of the questions that many professors may not know what to do. What exactly do you want them to do? Do you just want them to watch video lectures? Just video lectures? What else can we do in the pre-class session? And actually in the in-class sessions, when they come to class, what do they actually do? So these questions, pre-class session, do you merely ask students to watch videos? And in-class session, do you merely ask students to do group work? So these are some of the questions that we need to struggle when you want to do flipped classroom. And do you really think that students look forward to using flipped learning? Although, on the whole, flipped learning can improve their learning outcomes. At the same time, do you think instructors look forward to using flipped learning? So these are real issues that we need to grapple with. Students' dislikes, about flipped learning. Students feel that they are doing more work. Some students don't like watching video lectures. And students say that I have nobody to ask if I have any questions. When do I do the pre-class work? And why should I do the pre-class work? I thought the instructor should teach me when I go to class. So these are some of the students' dislikes. Instructor dislikes. Some instructors felt that it takes so much effort to develop the video lectures. Some instructors don't feel comfortable video recording themselves. They don't like to see their own face on videos. And some instructors are confused of what to do. What am I going to do with the students during actual class? If I put all my teaching in the video lectures, what am I going to do then when I see them in face-to-face class? So these are some of the issues that we need to grapple with if we really want to do flipped classroom. So your dilemma is this. On one hand, flipped learning improves student learning more significantly than traditional learning. On the other hand, not everyone likes flipped learning. So how can you bridge this gap? So I will share with you some principles that I've learned in my research to deal with this question. How do we bridge this gap? So this afternoon, I will share with you some important principles that I have learned. Okay, principle 1, managing student and instructor expectation of flipped learning, whether it's flipped learning face-to-face or flipped learning completely online. Both have the same expectation. You need to deal with this student and instructor expectation. Second, how can we increase student engagement in flipped learning? On Monday, I talked about the issue of engagement. So how do you actually promote student engagement in flipped learning? In principle 3, I will share with you some tips in using video lectures. Now, video lectures play a very important role in flipped learning. So we need to be smart in the way we design our video lectures. So I will talk about these 3 principles, principle 1, 2, and 3, and hopefully you can have some ideas after this talk. So managing expectations. The first important tips that I need to share with you is this. You need to explain to students the benefit of active learning in flipped classroom. Now, active learning simply means at any activity that requires student direct participation. Okay, the key word is direct participation, not just students sitting there and listening, but whether students reflect upon your lecture. Do you ask students to discuss something? Do you ask students to do problem solving? These are some examples of activity that you can use to get them to be more active in learning. So the whole fundamental rationale for flipped classroom is this. It allows students to be more active in learning compared to the traditional classroom. Now let me show you this graph. Okay, there was a study published in PNAS, a top journal in America, back in I think it's 2014, I think, I can't remember, 2014, comparing active learning 150 studies versus traditional lecture 67 studies. So this author looked into 2 types of studies: 158 studies that uses active learning versus 67 studies that just use traditional lecture. And this is what they found. Okay, the blue curve is the active learning classroom, and the orange curve is the lecture classroom. You will notice that the blue dot here, students who participated in active learning, less students fail. So it's about 22% students fail, compared to students who attended traditional lectures, maybe about 34% fail. So students who attended active learning classes fail less. Less students fail than students who attended traditional lecture. And the reason is active learning helps students to participate in the class, help them to pay attention in the class, help them to apply what they learn in the class. And because of this direct participation of students in the learning, it helps them to understand the subject content much better than just listening to the instructor talking through lecture. So this is a direct benefit of active learning. So first of all, instructors should explain to the students why active learning is so important for them. And flipped classroom is one approach that helps students to be more active than the traditional classroom approach. Now, second principle which I would be talking about is to increase student engagement. I will share with you the 5E model. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you have heard of 5E. The first E stands for engage. The second E stands for explore, explain. The third E, the fourth E will be elaborate, and finally the last E will be evaluate. So engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. And this is a framework that I have been using in my classes, It allows me to design my flipped classroom activities very, very well. So let me explain a little bit more how we can use engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate in our flipped classroom activities. So the 5E model combines both student-centered and teacher-centered activities. Okay, and it helps instructor to organize both in-class and out-class learning activities of a flipped classroom. Let me show you a diagram to illustrate this. So, in the pre-class, okay, in the pre-class engage, students were introduced to real-world problems or scenarios. Okay, just give me a second. I will need to pick something and see whether. So this is the pre-class, okay? And the first thing you start off by engaging. So students were introduced to real-world problems or scenarios through engage. So you can show them the real-world problems or scenarios through video lectures. And after they watch the video, you can ask them to explore. This is step number 2. Explore their own perspective. This is the keyword, own perspective, by reflecting on guiding questions. So you need to give students some questions to guide them in their reflection. Okay, and the third step will be explain. Students articulate their views online. So these are all at the pre-class session. Okay, you will notice that this is student-centered, this is student-centered, and this is also student-centered. So SC is student-centered. Okay, then when you go to class, okay, in class, instructors revisited the real-world problems. Okay, re-engage. This is to help students to remember what they have learned before class. So this is step number 4. Okay, 5 is elaborate. So instructors facilitate discussion to build understanding. And finally, you will have the evaluation step. Students apply what they learn. Okay, so this one is teacher-centered, this is teacher-centered, and this is back to student-centered. So you notice that the 5E model, this is the 5E model, okay, combines both student-centered and teacher-centered activities. And you can see that the pre-class activities are basically student-centered activities. Students engage with the video lectures, students explore their ideas, students explain what they think, what they feel, and then when you move into the in-class session, the instructor will take over. Instructor will help to re-engage the students, elaborate the content more deeply, and finally, students will evaluate their own understanding. Now, let me give you an actual example of how I use the 5E model in my own class. So this is an actual example of a Master of Science in IT in Education class. Okay, this is an actual example of my class that I teach. So one of the topics that I teach is attitude learning. Okay, how to change attitude. So this is a huge topic because attitude learning is very difficult to do for many people. So before they come to class, okay, they watch a video here, attitude. Okay, this video shows both negative and positive attitude. This is an example of engage. So it's student-centered work, right? So before they come to class, I ask the students to look at this video, okay, engage, look at the video, watch the video. So the students will watch. So after they watch the video, what do they do? Okay, this is a pre-class activity. So please take note, this is before class. Okay, So I give them a set of questions. So these are the set of questions I ask them. These are guiding questions. Okay. Have you ever have a negative attitude? So what's the situation? How did you change the negative attitude? And so this is the step 2. Help asking them to explore. Okay, they read the questions, they explore, they think about their own life, they reflect upon their own life, and then they explain by posting in a forum. So this is student-centered. So you notice that there are 3 parts here. Okay, the first part is the engage part, and then the explore and explain. These three engage, explore, and explain took place before coming to class. And then when they come to class, this is the in class. Okay. So the instructor, this is teacher centered. Okay. The instructor will elaborate. Okay, by talking about what is attitude and how we can change it. And then at the end of it, this is student centered. Students are asked to actually create their own lesson objective involving attitude change. So this is an example of how I used the 5E model, to design my class, to design both the pre-class as well as the in-class activities. Okay. So further tips to engage students in flipped learning, especially when it's fully online learning. So what do you see this screen? This screen is a blank screen, a black screen. How do you feel talking to a black wall? Okay, right now as I'm talking, I don't see any of your face. So it's like talking to a black wall. Okay. So one tip I want to share with you is, as you conduct your classes with your students using fully online classroom, get them to switch on the webcam. This is extremely important. Okay, because it helps to create social presence. People can see each other's face. So something like that. So this was the class that I taught, and as you can see, I got all of them to switch on their webcam, and this is so much better to teach these students compared to this, right? Would you rather talk to this black wall or do talk to this screen where you will actually see the faces of your students? So one tip I want to share with you is get the students. Some students may be shy to turn on their camera, but if you encourage them, look, you can use the virtual background if you don't feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable showing the background of your room, you can use the virtual background, and you encourage them. So initially, not all my students feel like switching on the camera, but towards the second week, when they notice that everybody's switching on the camera, they realize that, hey, it's more important, to switch on and see each other. They feel that they are in the same class. And from then on, everybody just switch on, and I don't have any problem getting them switch on anymore. And I find that this helped me as an instructor to look at the student faces, and if any of them is frowning, if any of them have this peculiar look that they don't understand anything, I can pick them on. I can see their faces. I can ask them questions. So it's important for both me to know that I'm talking to live people, okay, see their emotions on the screen and help them to understand misunderstanding. And for the students as well, because when they see my face and the faces of all the other classmates, they feel that they are actually not alone. They are in a community of learners. So that's the first tip, switch on the webcam. And second thing, if you can use dual monitors, two monitors. This is me, okay? This is me teaching the class. So you notice that this one has to do. There's two monitor here, okay? Monitor 1 and monitor 2. Monitor 1 is to show the students' faces, and monitor 2 is to show my presentation. I find it very useful because if you just use a single monitor, everything is so cramped. When you start your presentation, you won't be able to see the students' faces at all. So I was fortunate to have a room to have two very big TV monitor. Okay, one monitor is to show their faces, one monitor is to show my presentation. So at one look, I can see what am I presenting, and I also can see my students' faces. So this is very, very convenient for the instructor to monitor what is happening during the online flipped classroom classes. So if possible, try to use dual monitor. This will help you manage the whole classroom environment much better than just using one. Okay. Next question is, should I create my own videos or use YouTube videos? Now, some instructors, like I said earlier on, they feel shy to show their faces on videos. They don't feel like video recording themselves. So, should they just get videos from YouTube? Okay, this is my own video. Okay, this is me, and there's another video. This is somebody else talking about research methods. This is also research methods. So you have a choice whether should you create your own or should you just use YouTube videos. This is YouTube. Okay, YouTube. Now, tip. Okay, a recent study has found that instructor self-created videos, okay, are more appealing than videos that do not feature the instructor. So students like to see their professor's face on the videos, not some stranger's face. So my advice or my suggestion to you is, as far as possible, create your own videos. Your own videos should not be does not need to be professionally created. Okay, you can just video shoot yourself sitting at your desk in front of a webcam. Do it. Okay, you don't have to go for professional video treatment. Okay, students still prefer to see your own face, their own professor's face, rather than a stranger's face. Okay, another tip I want to share with you is to activate with a short preview. Okay, right? So before you start anything, okay, give them a short preview. It can be a quiz. Okay, example can be a quiz. Okay, and you notice that they say prior knowledge in recalling arguments, okay, can help students learn better. Okay, now recall arguments 1 week. So when you ask students to read something before they come to class, which is the video lecture, okay, flipped classroom requires students to do something before the class to watch the videos. Okay, but when you come to class, the in-class session, it is important that you activate their learning, because if you can activate their prior knowledge, this will help them remember what they learned, even 1 week as well as 12 weeks late. Okay, so activation of prior knowledge is one important tips that I want to share with you. You can just use simple quizzes, multiple choices quizzes would be something useful. And this is the final principle that I want to share. Be savvy okay, in using videos. Like I said, videos is one of the most important component of a flipped classroom environment. So how do we know what kind of video to use? How can we improve student learning of content in online videos? How can we encourage students to spend more time watching online videos? So these are two important questions that we as instructors using flipped classroom approach has to remember, has to consider. First, how can we improve student learning? And second, how can we encourage students to spend more time watching online videos? So the first guideline, okay, to reduce mind wandering. Okay, mind wandering simply means daydreaming. Okay, daydreaming. To reduce student daydreaming, insert memory test can be quiz. Example quiz again. Okay. To reduce their daydreaming and help them pay attention in class. So let me give you an example of a study that actually tried this memory test. Okay, this study was published again in PNAS in 2013. Okay, this is mind wandering. This is test. Okay, test means memory test. RS means restudy. Getting the students to restudy the material. No test. Okay, NT means is a control, means nothing. Okay, nothing. No memory test, no restudy. As you can see, that if you have if you put memory test inside your video, you will notice that the mind wandering is the least among the restudy group and the control group. Okay, so let's look at here. This is the correct response. This is the test. Okay, the final test. Okay, you notice that the test group has the proportion of correct highest than the restudy and the control. So testing by putting memory tests or quizzes into your online video can help students remember what they learn, can help students pay attention in the lesson, in the video lectures, and can also reduce the amount of daydreaming on the student. So first principle is to put memory tests into the video. Okay. Again, this was published in Science, a top journal. Retrieval practice, which is memory test, okay, produces more learning than concept mapping. Okay, so what it says is that using memory test is better than even concept map. So if you're interested to find out more what the author did, okay, you can refer to this Science journal published in 2011 that talks about the power, the effectiveness of using something as simple as memory test. Okay, so this is what I say. Practicing retrieval memory test produces greater gains in meaningful learning than studying with concept mapping. Right? So guideline 2, which I want to move on to, is this. Which video lengths are most engaging? Okay, 0 to 3 minutes, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12, 12 to 40. Again, I would like to ask you to take a poll, but because this is like a webinar, I don't have any tool to ask you, to quiz you which one you think is the most engaging. But I think most of you will say that this is not engaging, right? This is too long. So most of you may think 0 to 3 or 3 to 6. Okay, so let's find out the answer. Okay, less than 6 minutes is the best. Okay. Now, how did the author, this is the author, how did the author came out with this finding? Okay, the author are from MIT. Okay, they analyzed more than 1.2 something million video sessions in edX. Okay, they analyze more than 1 point something million video sessions, video watching sessions in edX, the MOOCs, and they realize that ideally less than 6 minutes will be the best amount of time that can engage student. And this would be something like that. Look at the normalized, okay, 0 to 3, this will be it. 3 to 6 here. 6 to 9 is still a small drop, okay, a small drop. Small drop. But then from here to here, there's a large decrease. Okay, and 12 to 40 minutes, basically that nobody else paying attention. Okay, this is even large. So up to 6 minutes, okay, is the ideal or the optimum time for video length. So this was based on this study, okay, 1 point something million video sessions on books. This is the evidence that was shown by the author. So what about the types of videos? Okay, now there are different types of video. One is the traditional lecture format. Another one is the instructor talking head plus PowerPoint slides. This is a talking head. Talking head. This is slide. Okay, this is slide, but image. This is image only. Image only plus voice. Okay, so I did an experiment. Okay, I have one traditional lecture format, talking head with PowerPoint. Another one, I just put my photo and I record my voice. I also have an interview. Okay, get more than one person. Okay, so this was my student with the slides. And I also have a talking head. Okay, this is talking head. And this is digital tablet writing, which is what I'm using now. This is writing. Okay, tablet writing. So I try out these 5 types of videos, and which do you think students like the most? Students feel satisfied the most? A, is it A? Is it B? Interview, is it C? Is it D? Or is it E? Okay, so this was a study I conducted a few years ago to look into the types of videos and to understand how do students perceive which videos do they like the most. Alright, so this was the first one they like. They like to watch me writing. Okay, writing. There's something very special about writing. When you write, students' eyes focus on what you're writing. Somehow, the use of PowerPoint slide, we have used PowerPoint slide too often and too frequently. Everything is really been typed out, so it doesn't really help student focus. But when you write, students will watch and see what you're writing. So this is the number 1 type of video, the best video students feel they are most engaged with. The second one would be this, because I think they believe, because they like to see interaction between more than one person, 2 people, and they got tired of looking at me all the time. So it's good to see another person in the video. 3 would be this, talking head. This is 1, okay, this is 2, this is 3. Okay, 4 would be the traditional lecture format, and finally 5th, okay, is the image. So they prefer a video of yourself. Okay, this is an image. I told you just now, this is image. So this doesn't actually motivate them to watch the videos. So, introduce instructor's face or not? Okay, yes, instructor's human face gives a more intimate and personal feeling, and try to use digital writing, okay, instead of using PowerPoint always. All right, so this is another guideline that I found very, very useful. So you will notice that this can't start is the writing, okay, is the writing using tablet. And you will see that it is always higher than the slide. This one is just slides, okay, PPT slides. So this one, all this is still higher than all of this. Okay, so occasionally try to use the tablet to write rather than using PowerPoint slides all the time. Okay. So this is what I have, and I will be very pleased to open this time for discussion. Yes.
Sir, have you found certain times where you have given students some pre-class activity, but the students haven't, few of the students haven't sort of gone through it. So then when they come into the class, how do you begin the class?
So you have this situation, you ask them to do some pre-class activity, but not everybody do it. Only a few of them do it. So what do you do? Is that your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the beginning, you will have problems like this. Okay. So you need to, if only a few students fail to do the flipped classroom and the majority of students do it, then I would just continue with the majority of students. I would do the activity that I have already planned in class. Now this will create peer pressure on those students who fail to do the pre-class activity. When they realize that, hey, they cannot actually contribute to the discussion, they will realize that they are missing something. So you need to maybe just continue and get the majority of students to work on what you want them to do. However, if many of the students have failed to do the pre-class work, then you need to go through the material again in class. Unfortunately, this will reduce the effectiveness of the flipped classroom, because the flipped classroom is to give you more time to engage in active learning activity in class. So if you were to do your lecture all over again during class in flipped learning, it is nothing different from a traditional classroom. So you need to explain to the students, look, this is something not what I want. I want you all to finish the group work first. So what I did in my university is I give them some reward. Again, what kind of reward? I don't give them marks. What I did was I give them some pre-class activity. And if you attended my Monday lecture on gamification, I will say that students who finish their pre-class activity, they will get some badges or some points or whatever. And if students manage to get certain number of points or certain number of badges, I will give them extra tip in their learning. Okay, I will give them previous students' work to read, to see, students who did very well in their work. And this will create a pressure on the students to do the classroom, to do the pre-work class before they come to class. So we did this actually during one of my classes that we are currently having initially not many students are interested to participate, but when they see their other classmates getting all the extra good things, extra information from the instructor, all of them finally wanted to do and complete all the pre-class work. So I guess you need to, explain to them the importance of doing the pre-class before coming to in-class, and then you can consider the use of gamification to motivate them to finish the work before coming to class. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Dr. Smita.
Could you please share some of the video making or video editing softwares that you have used? Very easy to handle video making software if you want to recommend.
Okay, I would recommend. Okay, if you are using Macintosh, you just use the iMovie. That's all. You don't have to buy any more specific video. Don't. Okay. The trick is this: be as simple as you can, and the students don't mind you making some mistakes. Actually, they don't mind. Okay. So some people have this misconception that my video must be professionally made. Let me tell you a story. The first video I created, I got a former student who helped me. Now, this former student, his job was a full-time videographer with one of the Hong Kong TV broadcasting. Okay, so you can just imagine how good he is with videographing. I remember spending 6 hours just for maybe about I can't remember, maybe about 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes lecture. I spent 6 hours. After finishing that video, I told myself, this is the first time and the last time I'm going to spend 6 hours on a 30-minute video. From then on, all my video lecture, I just sit in front of a computer and I just record myself, or I get my student to just use his iPhone, his mobile phone, to shoot the video, and just use one of those free software that comes with Microsoft Windows, free software that comes with MacBook, and you can just use it. All right. So the trick is, don't spend much money on those expensive software you don't really need. What you need is a clear audio. The audio is very, very important. Okay, I think you can even use Zoom or Microsoft Teams to record yourself giving a lecture. The most important thing, this is the tip I learned from one very experienced videographer, is that the audio is actually more important than the video. Because your video will be minimized. Your video will not take the big space on the screen. It will be one corner, one small bottom, but the audio. So you make sure you have good audio. Maybe you need to get a good microphone to project your voice. That's it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Sir, I want to ask, are your studies all on countries with the good infrastructure or with the countries with poor infrastructure? In India, we face the problem that if the students open their video, his call will drop. And even affording an internet in the rural areas where there is a power outage and a network outage is a difficult task.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That is one of the major problems in engaging the students and keep them connected online during this time.
Yes, yes, I understand the difficulty. The studies that I conducted was in Hong Kong, so I would say that the internet connection is basically quite stable. But I have some problems with my students in China, because the Chinese may have some firewalls. They cannot access any Google thing in mainland China. So I have to use applications that is Google free, and I try not to record too many videos. That's one thing. Okay, like I mentioned, about not more than 6 minutes long, and altogether you should not have more than 2 or 3 videos in your pre-class work. So I think you try to minimize the length of the video, at least if you have poor internet connection. But if the internet connection is so poor, sometimes it's very little we can do about it. If you really want to go online, at least the bandwidth must be large enough to cater for the video. If you want to do flipped classroom fully online, this is even more challenging, because the pre-class activity, you can have video recorded, right? You can record your videos and send to the student. The student can download it and slowly watch it. But for fully online classroom, the face-to-face is no more. So face-to-face is replaced by what we are doing right now, Microsoft Teams or Zoom, fully synchronous online learning. And this, you really need some good video bandwidth to deal with the synchronous. Otherwise, there will be a lot of disruption in your video connection. So yeah, I think it's difficult if you have that kind of problem.
Yeah, Professor Hugh, I have a question. So when did you switch from traditional learning to flipped learning? In this transition, what were the challenges that you faced?
Okay, I switched from traditional flipped classroom to fully online flipped classroom in February 2020, February this year. As I mentioned on Monday, in January, all my classes has been forced to be online. So I tried to postpone my classes, but by February, I realized that I cannot keep on postponing. So everything have to be online. So that's when I switched my traditional flipped classroom to fully online flipped classroom in February this year. Some of the challenges that I have for traditional flipped classroom would be the issue of getting students to finish all the pre-class work. This is very important, because unless the students do the pre-class work, they are basically wasting their time when they come to the in-class session, because they do not know what's happening, they will not be paying attention, and I have to start all my lecturing all over again, and this will be nothing different from a traditional lecture class. So I tried to use gamification, like I mentioned just now, and it seems to work. And of course, and I have to also to make the activity interesting. So I use a lot of real world, real life questions, real life scenario. I choose interesting video, and I choose interesting questions that will engage them. So you need to have all these kind of activities. So the activity cannot be too long, otherwise students complain because they have to do other classes as well. So I usually keep my pre-class work not more than 30 minutes long altogether, okay, including the videos and the reflection questions and answering other people's postings. So not more than half an hour, and I try to engage them by using gamification, by using badges, by giving them points, giving them some virtual rewards, things like that. And it seems to work so far in my case.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Hugh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khosla. Yeah. There's a question by Patmaja. Okay, I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Can we incorporate gamification principles in a flipped classroom? Yes. You can email me. You can go to HKU and search for my email, and I can send you the papers that I published using gamification in flipped classroom. Any other questions or comments?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. So what I feel is because now you see the present context in the pandemic situation. So now we are shifting from traditional classroom to this artificial intelligence we are using for class teaching and all these things. So that I think this is a need of the time because okay, you see that everything it's evolved slowly. So now we are facing some difficulties in terms of using it. But I don't think for a long time okay there will be much difficulty to use all such type of flip classrooms and all these thing, and it will definitely gradually it may develop the interest of the students also, because we have to accept the reality and we should be ready for the next we should be ready for any kind of certain kind of pandemics or any kind of natural disasters and all. We should be ready. So all the time with counting all such problems, that is not going to put any solutions to our our learning process today. And one thing we have learned from this pandemic is that now we are getting access of galaxy of scholars from all over the world, whereas it was not possible previously. Just you think about the just 10 months before. So we're inviting a person from like a Hong Kong, like you and then per person from somewhere in South Africa or from any other continent like Brazil or anywhere. So it was very cost was in so much of involved, no cost, and it was and then you have to adjust to it so many things. So today whatever questions we are asking and we are imposing on that how it will impact on students or a learning process. And I don't think that we have to accept the reality and we must go ahead with this. Otherwise, there is no other way out. But in near future, what I feel personally that there must be certain kind of so very other sophisticated learning process that may grow the interest of the students as well as. And on the other hand, all the time we blame that we are old people, so we cannot use this technology. But we must grow up and we should go with the time. So then definitely things will be very more interesting. That I personally feel. So your presentation is very excellent and flip learning, and we cannot avoid another side. Okay, this traditional way of learning, that also we must continue. But and others on the other hand, we must use certain artificial intelligence as well as other technology for certain kind of new innovations. That I personally feel. So complaining is not the solution of addressing any issues or any kind of problem. We must go ahead with that and how best we can use this technology, because today we are sitting here in my drawing room and now I'm getting access to you. You are sitting in your drawing room or in your office in Hong Kong. So that is the technology. Now we are using it, and we are able to know your mind, what you are speaking. You are speaking your mind. So that exactly what I think is another kind of achievement through this artificial intelligence. That is wonderful. So that is from my personal view. So thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Biswas.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, any other question from the participants? Yeah, there's a question. Yeah, ma'am, your voice is not that clear.
Am I audible, sir, now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, the students, they take it as maybe some dodging strategy from faculty, and they feel it's a waste of time. And they may feel, some people, those who are not interested in maybe those who are visual learners and auditive learners, they don't understand the activity part and the involvement of personal physique and mind, and they create huge fuss out of it. If we give them some activities like this flick class and all, how to address these kind of attitudinal problems, sir?
Okay, may I understand your question? You're saying that some students, the visual students or the auditory students, are not interested to do the pre-class work. Is that what you're asking?
Exactly, sir. Yes.
First of all, is you need to know what kind of are you giving the pre-class activity? Is it too difficult for them? I have noticed that one of my collaborator, he realized that if the pre-class work is too difficult, they have nobody to question, nobody to ask. That might create a challenge, whether you are a visual student or you are auditory learner. So I think you might have to consider that the pre-class work should be something to give them basic knowledge of what they're supposed to learn. Okay, so basic concepts, basic theory before they come to class. In class, it's your job as a professor to elaborate, to give them the more advanced information. I think that's one thing. And for audio and visual learner, I think you can give them, if you use animation or video, that should cater for the visual learner, right? Because they are visually stimulated by the videos or the animation. And auditory learners, you have voice, you have your voice in your videos. I think that should not be a problem. So I think the main problem is the type of pre-class activity that you want them to do. First of all, you need to see, is that too difficult for them, or is that too boring for them? Okay, you need to give them. Okay, one thing I've learned is that don't give them too many things to read, because I'm not sure about your students in India, but students in Hong Kong, they don't like to read articles, they don't like to read papers. So I'd rather not give them too many papers to read before coming to class. I would rather give them a short video for them to think, and meaningful questions that will get them to think about it before they come to class. So I hope this will be able to give you some suggestion to motivate your students to do the work.
So you mean to say the briefing and debriefing will have a lot of role here, important role here, about the importance of how to do the activity and what is the importance of coming prepared, isn't it, sir?
Yes. After they come to class, after they come to class, you must do a debrief. That's the most important thing I learned.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, the debriefing is more important. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have any other question from the participant?
I have put my email in the chat, so if you have any questions.
Am I audible?
Yeah, there's a question.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
I just have a question. You shared your experience that the students in Hong Kong, they really don't like to read articles before coming to the class. I had a similar experience. I was teaching in one of the universities for a very short time, maybe for 2 months. So I was taking the classes for these BSc agricultural students. I was teaching them entrepreneurship and communication development. So before coming to the class, I used to send them a short article to read to get the insights about the topic. And then because entrepreneurship is very different from BSc students, those who are doing bachelors in agricultural sciences. So I used to give them a short article before coming to the class so that they can get some insights, and then we get a good healthy discussion. And then I used to explain all the things, all the aspects of the concept in the classroom. So that was becoming more. But I see there was some traditional kind of a thing. I had a contradiction with the HOD of the department, and she told me the same thing, that agricultural students, they are not intelligent, and how can you expect them to read an article, and then they will come prepared, and then they will discuss with you in your classroom. So why can't we just make it a I mean, like maybe a kind of a habit, or develop a habit, like top ranked institutions, like in India we have IIMs and IITs. The guys, the students in IIMs, they come prepared, they read lots of articles, and then they come to the classroom, and then they discuss with their faculty. So the communication is actually a two-way, so that leads to a better understanding of the concept. So that's why those guys have a better conceptual clarity as well as the practical clarity of the concepts, rather than who are studying in traditional, maybe small colleges, and most of the government universities, where we don't have a culture like this. What people were doing in that university, they lecturers, professors, they come and they just dictate the concepts, they just dictate from the book, and they dictate to the students, and then students used to write the notes. And then those students, they asked me the same way, sir, we cannot discuss things like this, we cannot read the articles, you just give us the notes, prepared notes, and then we will do the combined studies during the last days of the examination, and then we will pass. That's it. That's all we need. And for this, I mean, like an environment, their faculties are supporting. That was very, that was very pathetic to see. Faculties are promoting these kind of culture, and that's why students are learning, not learning good things. So why just we see, whenever I get a chance to teach my students, I just try to experiment with little things, so where I can contribute to their overall development, be it the academic or the other developments, related to the communication or practical ability. So why just can't we make it a an environment, and just try the modern or creative ways of teaching, maybe modern tools and techniques used in teaching, rather than stick to those traditional ways of teaching, come to the class and then dictate, or read the whole things on the presentations. So that was the contradiction, so I thought to share with this with you, because you said the point that students, they don't like to read much, but it's actually good, if you read a case study before coming to the class, maybe not so long, but 1 or 2 pages is more than sufficient, so that you can get an insight and you can speak up in the class. So usually IIMs in India, they have a culture of, if you are not speaking in the class, if you are not participating in the class discussions, your marks are gone. So they have designed a curriculum, there are, the percentage weightage is given to the class discussion. So if you are not discussing anything in the class, then you are gone. So your marks are gone, you are at the losing end. So you don't have, they're not leaving you any option, to come prepare and discuss whatever it is. Be it at the wrong end, whether you speak right, whether you speak wrong, just you need to speak up. So I have seen these things, so I have experienced these things, so thought of sharing with you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I agree with you. We need to get the students to read more things. Yeah, that's the problem with many students nowadays. They like to watch videos, but they don't like to read. How to get them to read? I think you have a point. Then give them a quiz when they come to class. They need to answer this quiz, and if they fail the quiz, there might be some penalty. I think that would get them to read more articles before they come. And I also agree with you that articles may not be too long. At least a short 1 or 2 pages, at least get them to start reading and thinking about issues before they come to class. Thanks for your point.
Thank you, Professor. Your lecture was, amazing. Actually, you mentioned one thing, for making videos. So 2 things, sir. Maybe the voice should be very clear, and the content of the presentation should be very clear, so that whenever we read, because we usually don't focus on the video kind of aspect, in a lecture. But the 2 things, your voice should be clear and the content should be clear. So these two things should be very very impactful
Yeah.
in a lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experience and knowledge with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Raghav from Hyderabad. Sir, am I audible, sir? Hello.
Yeah, you're audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Normally, students get inspired by the dynamics, behavioral dynamics of a teacher also on a dais. Okay, and in the case of online teaching, okay, so all of them get defeated. Then, what is the role of teacher in inspiring the students?
I can't get the questions clearly. Can you repeat your questions again, louder?
The behavioral dynamics of a teacher on the dais, okay, normally motivate students more appropriately. Okay, in addition to the content that is being delivered. In case of this virtual classroom, the dynamics of a teacher are absent. Okay, so then how exactly a teacher can motivate a student?
Dr. Costa, are you there? I have problem answering trying to understand the questions.
Probably the question from Mr. Ragwa is that when we are face to face in the class,
right,
the teacher's presence, body language, expression, so that also has an influence the way the contents are delivered.
Sure. Okay.
So when we switch to online mode, probably this factor, this parameter, this good side of a good teacher, so probably that will not be reflected. How this is going to have influence on this teaching learning process?
Okay. Thank you,
Raghav. Mr. Raghav, this is your question?
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Thank you, Raghav. Okay, now I understand your question. So it's about the body language and how a good teacher in face-to-face usually, have body language and all these things. So what I did, when I let me just show you the slide again, how I did the one. Just a quick one. Hold on. Give me a second. Here. Okay, here. Okay. Can you see my slide? No?
Yes, we can see, sir.
Or you can see.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Thank you so much. You see, when I was teaching the class, I was in a room at the university. I stood up and I talk as if I'm in a face-to-face class. And this actually allows the video, the camera, to capture my body language. When I'm standing, I'm walking around, I walk. So I don't spend standing at the same place for 3 hours. I walk around the room, so the video camera captures me, and I also switch on my camera, my face. I told you, right, my face. This one, what do you call it? This one. So they capture my face, they capture my body. So it helps to students to to interact with me, to know what I'm doing, what I'm feeling, and I use a lot of humor. Okay, you need to tell relevant jokes in order to get the students to relax, things like that. So I think if you just sit in front of the camera and you don't move and you just talk monotonously, that will put the student to sleep. So in my experience, it's best to even stand up during teaching. Stand up in front, put the camera in front of you, put the monitor in front of you, and you stand up and you talk. And that will help the students to at least understand your gesture. This is my experience, and it seems to work for the students.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, any more questions?
Yeah. Any other question from the audience, from the participants?
Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Yes.
hello.
Yeah, sir. This is regarding the previous the the question raised by I think Dr. Irfan sir. Hello.
Yes, yes. I
I
hear you.
totally
Yeah, you
I
are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I totally disagree with the point raised by the Dr. Irfan sir, whatever he said, because whether it is, whatever the subject, irrespective of the subject, theory, practical, or engineering subject, whatever it is, we have a lot of, new things that we can do it. So, I'm basically an HR faculty. I do a lot of research in my subject, like what best I can give it to my students, and what is the new methods of teaching them, and we can give some of the sir has raised online activities. I mean online teaching. Okay, there are a number of online activities are also available where we can still keep the students' attention. So, what I feel is every faculty, they should do a lot of research in their respective areas, whatever the subject they teach, and we can make our teaching more innovative and more creative. And even the students should feel that they have taken something, they have learned something from each class. So that's what I feel. So it's not like they don't know where, there will be faculties, that time has gone, the teacher coming and dictating and students taking the notes and all. Nowadays nobody dictates the notes, everybody shares through email or WhatsApp kind of a thing, wherein lot of discussion happens in the class. So that's what I feel it. So I don't know, I mean about the others opinion. So this is what my opinion, sir. It's not a question actually. So I just shared my views with respect to the sir's opinion. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the last question we can have, in case there's any. Dr. Hugh, I feel there's no more question. We have a good discussion in your first session as well as in the second session too, because this is something so important to all the faculty members. We always crave that the engagement in the class is very poor, and definitely your experience that you have shared with the participants. So I think many of us will give it a try. Will adopt to new strategies using gamification, using flipped classroom learning, so as to have a better experience, better feelings for faculty as well as for the students. Professor Hugh, on behalf of all the participants, on behalf of my institute, I express my gratitude to you for sparing your valuable time and sharing your experience, your expertise, bringing in new insight for the participant. And I think a lot of things are going to happen around these insights. Many of us, many of the participants, they are going to go for new experiments. They're going to bring another parameters in their research. Definitely your contents have been enlightening for all of us. Again, my gratitude to you, my thanks to you for such a wonderful sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kosla. I wish you a fruitful session in the rest of your meetings.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Right. Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, is that over? Next session starts when, sir? Sir, shall we leave the session?
It will be next session will be by 3 p.m.
A very, very good afternoon. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, welcome, Dr. Abhishek.
Thank you, sir.
So, let me extend a very warm welcome to speaker for this session, Dr. Abhishek Behel. Uh, he'll be talking about gamification in improving work productivity. And let me present to you his background. He's a gamification expert. He's a researcher in the area of information technology and analytics. And he has earned his second PhD from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, where his research is in the area of crowdfunding and gamification. He holds a rich experience of teaching, research, and consultancy, and he has taught subjects like business analytics, marketing analytics, digital marketing, marketing research at colleges like SCMHRD, SPGen, etc. He has also served as a senior manager research at Center for Innovation Incubation and Entrepreneurship at IIM Ahmedabad. His research is in the area of business analytics and decision science with a focus on gamification, stakeholder engagement, sustainability, and e-commerce startups. He features on the editorial board of many journals like Journal of Global Information Management, Journal of Global Marketing, Journal of Electronic Commerce in Organization. He regularly reviews articles for high impact journals like IGIM, JBR, AOR, JSR, JGIM, BIJ, etc. He has edited 2 books and is editing a couple of special issues in the Journal of International Repute and High Impact Factor. He has published in journals like Annals of Operational Research, Journal of Business Research, International Journal of Information Management, Management Decision, Information Systems, and E-Business Management, Benchmarking, etc. So I take this opportunity to extend heartiest welcome to our expert for this session, Dr. Abhishek Behel. Welcome, Dr. Abhishek.
Thank you, Professor Arun.
So I'll request you to please share your presentation.
Sure. So, thank you for giving me this opportunity, Professor Arun. I think we have been discussing this for almost 2 weeks now, and it was, and we finalized all of these things, I think, in a span of 10 days. So, I completely give all the credits to Professor Arun and his team for making this work out. And I was looking at the schedule which he has put up for all the, and he has called eminent speakers across the world to share their experiences on this debate topic of gamification. While I also understand, I will share my presentation in a minute. While I also understand the fact that gamification has been more of an applied area, and experts would have given you a basic background of understanding what gamification is. So, in the more layman language, which most of what we're talking about is how is gamification, or how are you using game-based elements or game mechanics in a non-game context. That's basically how the gamification version has developed over the years. And I think most of you would have realized that gamification is that's nothing new. It's just that it's the same thing like how you start analyzing analytics, by the way. So analytics was available, just that it is a super hybrid version of statistics these days. So gamification in its more contemporary ways was existent. It was always there in the market. The rewards, what we say, or the intrinsic or the extrinsic motivation, how do you put it across, was always there. Okay, people were always working for the rewards, whether it was through game or whether there wasn't any game element in that case. So as simple as that. So remember the most contemporary way of understanding rewards was the era of rulers, right? So if you actually were loyal to the ruler, they used to give you awards, and the awards could be in any form. Okay, right from giving you a small piece of land to uh, uh, giving or to promoting you to a high degree in the ranks. So rewards are always there. Just that now we have much more sophisticated version of these rewards, wherein we put gamification as a concept as a whole. So the father of gamification, how do we want to say as the father or the originator of gamification as a terminology is Yukai Chou. Most of you might have heard of this name. In case you haven't, it's good time to start reading about this guy. So he started this concept back in 2002. So I'm just warming up with what I intend to do in my next session also. So when he started in 2002, he eventually ended up writing his book in a couple of years. So that was the first book on gamification, and I think that stands till date. So what we refer to as Octalysis framework was proposed by this gentleman Yukai Chou, and he is the pioneer in understanding gamification. Now, while what he does is more of a practical aspect of gamification, there also lies a theoretical aspect to it. So there also is a professor in Finland, Professor Juho Hamari. He is also a phenomenal name in the area of gamification. So he has published more than 85 papers, if I'm not wrong, in the area of gamification. And so whenever we refer to seminal papers in gamification, we always refer to Professor Juho Hamari's work. So I think that sets up the background for our today's presentation, my today's presentation also. Let me pull up the presentation now and see what I have in place for you. Okay, and I hope this is visible for everyone, right? In case it is not, please let me know. Okay, great. So I only have 15 slides or roughly, which I'll be presenting. The topic which I'm talking about today is gamification, which is basically like a tool for improving work productivity. Now, when I say work productivity, work is a very subjective term in place. And the disruption in work which has happened to us, and in fact, not to us, everybody on this planet right now due to COVID-19 is something which everybody is currently facing. So the case study is absolutely practical. So whatever cases I'm talking about today is more of a practical case which everybody has been experiencing. Okay. So I also I am also the area editor of International Journal of Emergency Services, and I also am a issue editor to a lot of journals. Parallelly, I also, as Professor Arun was mentioning, I also serve as the editorial review board member for a lot of journals as well. Now, most of my expertise lies in the area of understanding how gamification can improve work productivity. Okay, and that could be in different areas. A very recent work which we have submitted and which we are reviewing actually is how can gamification improve the gig economy. The gig economy is basically the economy which, or the platform economy, how is what we say. Basically, how can gamification be used for engaging the Uber drivers or the tow delivery guys? So that is where we are now heading towards, and we are doing a lot of work with them to look at this. Okay, so this is my first slide, and this is a very interesting one. So what do we know and what have we learned? Very famous quote from the most influential people of all times. Okay, now when he say what do we know and what have we learned, we have been, as I was mentioning, we have been talking about gamification for quite some time. So we know a lot about it. We have seen practical examples of it as well. The challenge lies in understanding that how to use the game elements, when to use game elements, and most importantly, when not to use game elements. So my entire presentation is making you understand that just because I have tools in my toolkit does not mean that I will start applying them everywhere, right? If you have a spanner with you, if you have a screwdriver with you, you can't apply a screwdriver to make a hole in the wall, right? You need a hammer for that probably, you need a nail for that. So there's a different set of pedagogy you need to apply. And therefore, what do we know and what have we learned is very, very in sync with each other. So that sets the background for our gamification context, right? Now, while we talk about gamification largely, the world right now, in fact, all the participants around us are also much more aligned towards one set of thought. And this one set of thought is probably more inclined towards one set of knowledge. When I say one set of thought, is basically one set of knowledge. If you are an electrical engineer, your mind is largely tuned to be an electrical engineer. If you are more on the chemistry side, then you will start thinking everything in terms of equations of chemistry and so on and so forth. And if you are a management guy, you start thinking management. You tend to solve problems more from a managerial angle. So if you look at this, we are actually grappling with a problem which is more looking like this. And this is a very famous quote and more famous stories, in fact. So the famous story of elephant and six blind men. So what we are doing right now, we are still trying to search answers on a very small section of knowledge, and that applies to gamification as well. So the extent to which gamification is spread as large as an elephant like this, and what we are doing and what this course is actually doing, or this FDP is actually doing, is basically trying to build the elephant together and trying to give you a holistic overview of it, right? So while speakers have been talking about how can gamification be used for purpose X, purpose Y, purpose Z, purpose A, B, and C, we have to integrate them together, because at the end of the day, the work profile or the work characteristics lies more like an elephant, and it cannot be segregated into smaller sections. Okay? So at the end of the day, if I'm applying gamification, I cannot apply for a smaller section of the society or so a small section of my customers. I have to look at their customer database and how can I engage them. That means if I am applying demonetization, for example, that should be applicable to somebody who is earning 20 rupees a day or to somebody who is earning 2 lakh rupees a day. So that has to be a uniform idea. So remember, we will end up having to answer these three questions. And the first question which we are intending to answer is what, second is why, and third is how. So what game elements do you want to apply? Second, why do you want to apply these elements? And third is how do you want to apply these elements? I hope this is clear, right? So we are trying to, what this presentation largely talks about is what game elements are best for a situation. Okay, that's where my first question was that should I use a hammer in this situation? Should I use a screwdriver in this situation? B, why do I apply this? What is the logical interpretation? What is the logical understanding behind using a particular game element to improve productivity in a situation, for example, the current lockdown or the current unlockdown, I would say. The lockdown was a couple of months back, so now we are living in a phase of unlockdown now. And how best can I implement that, right? So eventually we are trying to answer this perennial debate. We are trying to get this debate of questioning the right questions. So we should be asking the right questions at the right time. And these three questions will govern most of the success factors behind any gamification when it comes to improving work productivity, right? And I will give you examples wherein I can show you that game elements have not given good results. Okay, just the order of questioning was not right. So somebody actually jumped on who part first rather than what and why part. And I think that is something which we actually miss out on. Okay, now largely the application of gamification at work is driven by phenomenon. We intend to measure the performance, okay, wherein most of the companies, most of the firms, or most of the applications intend to have some matrices in their mind. So a very common example to understand performance if you're working in an organization is how much ROI are you generating if I'm paying you X amount of money. If your salary is X amount of rupees per month, am I really giving the deliverables better than the X? How much better than the X? And that could be measured by the amount of work you do, how much number of hours you put in, what is the overall efficiency which you draw out of that, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there are multiple other factors. So performance management therefore lies the more important goal where gamification is largely being used. So and that's one reason why gamification has actually helped companies like Infosys and Accenture to reduce their overall iteration rate. And we know that IT sector in general is largely driven by so-called people tend to be sitting on benches for a long time, and they tend to be getting out without actually being employed at times. Okay, so while they were on the payrolls of the company, but actually speaking, they were not. Why? Because work efficiency was almost zero for them, because they never got work in the first place. So that is where gamification has actually helped, and I will again cite examples as I proceed. Second thing is driving the behavior. That means, can I really use gamification to motivate you by putting you into competitions or putting you on leaderboards? And again, most of you at times do this. So if you carefully observe, a lot of times you end up uh, put yourself on a leaderboard saying that, okay, maybe I will become the employee of the month. Maybe I will become the employee of the overall year, and so on and so forth. Or maybe the team gives you an award of the best team player, and so on and so forth. So this award which you get is basically an invisible leaderboard which you are climbing up, and the company ensures that you are climbing up a leaderboard, saying that you have a chance of getting an award, you have a chance of getting better promotions, you have a chance of doing whatever. Now that is also where gamification actually kicks in. While formal gamification is not being used at times, but now companies have also started using that as well. Again, examples will follow after this slide. And last but not the least is very interesting, which is called allowing objective review. That means a lot of times people complain at work saying that my boss is actually not behaving the way he should have behaved, or the employee or the boss has a complaint saying that the employees don't behave the way they should actually behave, which basically means that there is a sense of subjectivity in the process. That means with whatever best you can do, you would have done that. The end result would not be as much desired as what you may expect. As simple as that, if you were given X amount of work to be finished in Y amount of days, you did all of that, but the boss is not happy. Now, there is no definite answer of how can you be happy. There is no definite answer of what more has to be done to make you happy, and so on and so forth. Game elements in the long run, which will actually help you to actually give you a so-called certificate saying that, okay, you gave me a work of X which has to be done Y. I did that, and everything is documented, and therefore I am climbing up the leaderboard better than other players, or better than other employees in an organization. That is where you have to give me a promotion, or that is why not give me a promotion, or that is the reason why I will not give you a promotion as a boss or as a company. So the so-called transparency in the process becomes much more easy rather than relying on people and their judgments over a due course of time. So while I could be happy with you for 11 months, but in the 12th month where the appraisal actually happens, something really went bad between us, and that's the reason why I did not give you an appraisal. And that holds true for a student-teacher relationship as well. So the student was doing fabulous. The last month where the final examinations were about to happen, the faculty realizes that he has done some cheating in the process, and so on and so forth. He or she starts to give him lesser marks, and so on and so forth. So the entire career is now on. So if a game element was induced right from the beginning, then there was a very, very high chance that this amount of subjectivity which the faculty can induce or the student can induce would actually lower down. I think that is something where the application of gamification at work largely kicks in. Okay, so the most common game element, most of you actually might have talked about this. In case not, tomorrow I'm spending entire 1.5 hours actually discussing not these most important ones, all of them. So there are around 35 game mechanic elements which you can use, and the power of those game elements. Where have the companies used this with case studies? So that's for tomorrow. But when it comes to work productivity, the most common game elements or the game mechanic elements are as follows. A very common one is using a fast feedback mechanism. Most of you at times also look at fast feedback mechanism as a chatbot kind of a setup. So companies are in a way asking you to rather than calling us on the IVR sections, rather than that, start using their chatbot, which can actually help you give you feedback on your problems or give you answers to your problems. Now, you may ask me, sir, how do you say that this is a game mechanic? A simple reason is because I know for a fact that I have a strict yes or a no for your answer. Okay, there is no chance of committing an error because I have an information which is fed at the back end, which will be shown to you as a front end when you ask me a question. It's as simple as asking Alexa a set of problems. Alexa has a algorithm in its background and which will give you answers accordingly. Okay, so there is a lesser chance of committing an error, and that will make you more engaged because you are not confused with the information. There are a set of questions you may want to ask. You may modify the question, but depending on how smart the algorithm is, it will start giving you answers. Also jumps to the next section, which is called transparency actually. So a lot of because of these Alexas and because these chatbots in place, this is largely AI driven, artificial intelligence based chatbot. A lot of information transparency has also actually improved, and that is a good sign for work productivity in the long run. Okay. The third and the fourth one is also very interesting, which are called goals and badges. You can actually see the both goals and badges when you start looking at applications like Fitbit, which is more on the health related applications. Now, looking at how and why Fitbit was designed, and what you see right now is a much more distorted version of original Fitbit in multiple by multiple companies. So there are another at least 2 dozen companies who are of similar product. But what they have not changed is still the goal. That means if you set up a goal for yourself that I want to hit 10,000 steps every day, that's a nice goal. Now, the company does not allow you to put a goal which is as low as 2,000 steps, 1,000 steps. They will give you a benchmark saying that on an average, a person should walk 10,000 steps. Again, it completely lies on you that what do you want to achieve. So that goal is set by you. Now, this is a very intrinsic goal which you have set. You know that I can achieve 8,000 steps a day, knowing my work schedule, knowing my overall work culture throughout the day. I also know for a fact that I can work 5 days a week. Saturdays and Sundays, I usually want to spend time at home and so on and so forth. So whatever my active hours should be only captured between Monday to Friday, or during Monday to Friday also between 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. because that is when I am most active. Beyond 8 p.m. I intend to be much more lazy, and therefore these goals should not be applicable to me. Okay, but the moment 8 p.m. strikes, there is a different set of goals which you have set, and that goal is that I want to achieve 6 hours of sleep as well. Now that's an interesting thing which you also want to achieve. So what company is now doing is they actually are making you engage throughout the day using a Fitbit. They are not saying that this is an application, this is a device which can be used only to maintain fitness. The device which can also be used to capture your sleep patterns, also being used to understand how your cholesterol level works, how your heartbeat works, and so on and so forth. So depending on how complex this gadget becomes, your goals can be set. And every goal is actually making you much more engaged throughout the day using the application, which is called a Fitbit. Fitbit is just an example. Okay, and I don't know how many of you have actually used Fitbit-like devices, or Fitbit just an example, basically health devices. They also at times give you nudges to drink water at times, for example, or they ask you to start walking after 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour if you haven't walked, or whatever you have set. I think that's very, very interesting, and that is where the goals part come into picture. If you look at the flip side of it, when you look at the work productivity, we at times do not give our students this kind of a leverage, or the company don't give their employees this kind of engagement for a longer duration. Okay, so they give them goals which are largely driven by month, or largely driven by a week, or largely driven by a year. Okay, so I'm saying that in this week you have to finish this, in this month you have to finish this. Okay, and that's your goal. In this year, there's an annual sales target you need to achieve. There's a monthly sales target you need to achieve. There's a weekly sales target, for example, you need to achieve. But the challenge is that nobody is actually monitoring the fact that is the person working one day and achieving the entire target, or is he or she slocking all the 5 days and finishing his target? Now that is where the disengagement part comes into picture. So what companies are not right now doing, and that is where the future lies, is to make the companies understand that the goals lie at every session or at every smaller interval. So how can you bifurcate your overall larger goals into smaller goals, and can then engage the customers or engage the people in the organization? This also leads to the next section, which is called the badges. Badges, by the way, are very interesting. Badges are also being given to you saying that, and I don't know how many of you have seen that. But the moment you badges are as simple as understanding your credit card and the hierarchy which you follow. So the moment you spend X amount of money in a year, you are being given the basic, the starting debit card or starting credit card for that matter. The moment your overall expenses increase in a month or in a year, you are being promoted to the next tier, which is maybe a silver card, maybe a gold card, and then a platinum card, and then a ruby card, and God knows what. Now, the moment you are increasing your stature from a basic primary card to a gold card or to a ruby card, what you are being done is you are being bifurcated from the general audience to a special audience, saying that you are one of those people who spend maybe 2 lakh rupees every 3 months, and therefore you are a gold customer. Because you are a gold customer, I eventually start giving you something in return, and something in return could be 1% fuel charges being taken off, and so on and so forth. There are other rewards which you can give, but again, they are putting you on this badge community. What is motivating is to move up on the badges, and this goes without saying that what is demotivating is to move down on the badges. People don't realize that people don't actually understand and realize that it is important for the companies to understand that what makes people remain stagnant on the same badge. Okay? And that is something which people actually don't invest on. And I think that is where the future also lies. I'll give you examples to support what I'm just saying. So, for example, you started off with a basic card wherein the entry fees was 0 rupees per month, or I mean per year or whatever, and you were allowed a withdrawal limit of 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees on a credit card. Okay, you showed promising returns of using a credit card, paying the bills on time. Dot dot dot. The company promoted you. So basically, from badge 0, you were being promoted to badge 1, and so on and so forth. And the company now says that if you continue spending 2 lakh rupees or 1 lakh rupees in every 3 months, you continue to be on the same badge. Okay. If you do not do so, the company starts charging you 250 rupees, 500 rupees a month. Now, that is what is demotivating in the process. What it should have ideally done was it should have rolled the customer back on the original badge. Okay. Now, that will at least make the customer loyal in the process. But the moment you start charging him 250 rupees or 500 rupees and annual fees or whatever, 6 monthly fees, the customer will say that I have to switch to a different brand altogether, which does not practice this kind of phenomena. Now that is where the game mechanics are interestingly to look at. Similarly, leveling up is almost similar like badges, which I was talking about. Similarly, onboarding, competition, collaboration, community, and points. Again, I will talk about all of these things tomorrow when I'll spend the entire 1.5 hours. But these are something which people intend to follow largely. So please focus on the fact that it is important for you to learn and understand that the way you have moved somebody up the ladder, the same way you have to bring him down and not make him stagnant there. Because the moment you make him stagnant, I know there is a recurring cost which the company is bearing, but that cost cannot be bigger than losing a customer. So if the customer is lost, then the battle is lost in the process. That's an interesting concept we have to look at. This also holds true when you look at the students and engagement of students in the long run. Because if the student is doing good and he is in the top 2 and the top 3 or top 10 scorers of the class, he is being appreciated. But who remembers a student who was ranked 33rd in the class? Nobody, right? So that's the competition and the collaboration part comes into picture, and I think that is where a lot of companies, a lot of schools, and a lot of colleges have now started to give awards in different categories, saying that you may not be the best in education, but you will be best in extracurriculars, and therefore you should be awarded that as well. And therefore, your resume is not about only academics; it is also about other than academics. And have you won awards there as well? Okay, that is something which you have to start looking at. Let's look at some basic case studies which I have developed, which I have seen. I'm not developed myself, but I usually use this in my trainings at times. So this is a very interesting thing, and one of the apps which I usually follow, and I will show a small video of this as well. Very, very actively use gamification. I don't know how many of you use this app called Todoist. But Todoist, again, I'm not promoting the app in the first place, but Todoist is one of the applications which actually use gamification and help people achieve their overall goal in a stipulated time. You may download this app depending on which platform are you. If you're an Android user, you can again search for the same app and download it. Similarly, the same thing can be done on Apple iStore as well. But what it does is, if you finish a target in a specific timeline, then you are liable to get positive karmas. And if you're not able to do that, as simple as a negative karma. But the point is, at the end of the entire week or the entire month or the entire year, whatever timeline you have set, you end up getting a score which is a combination of positive and negative karma. The interesting part and why this app becomes much more interesting than just a normal to-do list. And you may come back to me saying that, sir, I have seen a lot of to-do lists like this. You have to finish 5 works. You can have a checklist. Checklist is not over, and so on and so forth. What's new in the app? Okay, now that's the good part, and I'll tell you why this app becomes more interesting. Okay, you can also start tagging your friends. That's the best part. So, for example, if Professor Arun is my colleague and I want to tag him because we have to finish a work together. Okay, we are doing a class together tomorrow. Okay, and I want to ensure that if I am present in the class, he should also be present in the class because we are jointly conducting the class. Now, if for some reason Professor Arun does not turn up for tomorrow's session, or I do not turn up for tomorrow's session, Professor Arun will mark me absent as the process. Right now, that's a very simple phenomena. Okay, the moment I do that, I am attracting negative karmas in the process, and that's where that will reduce my overall efficacy tomorrow to be trusted as a resource. Now, that is something which people at times look at. People say that I know this. I mean, if I don't like a product, I give a lower rating. If I like the product, I give them a higher rating. That's pretty simple. That's what's so interesting about it. But what Amazon or what the Flipkarts are not doing, and what this app is actually doing, is they do not tag people. For example, I'm giving a very, very practical example. Professor Arun has bought a new laptop, and I want Professor Arun to write a feedback on Amazon. Now, there is no provision for me, who is a colleague of Professor Arun, to tag him on Amazon saying that, Professor Arun, can you please send me a feedback? Okay, or Amazon also does not do that. Okay, the moment you start tagging people, which is the common concept of Facebook at times, or LinkedIn, or these kind of social media applications, you tend to start getting attention of that person, saying that, okay, maybe I'm important, maybe my review is important, maybe my presence is important. Okay, so the moment you start tagging them, you tend to start looking at the awards in the positive or negative fashion, which is being done. You can also set up timelines based on dates and based on week's preference, and so on and so forth. Basis on what you set, you are liable to get more rewards or lesser rewards. That means if you complete a high net worth of reward. So, for example, if I want to finish writing a research paper in a week, which is almost next to impossible, but if I finish that, my karma score eventually will move up in an exponential pace, rather than I am doing a simple task of walking 2,000 steps in a day, which is pretty simple, right? So, what people have also done, or what this database also shows you, is a set of which are classified as normal, adventurous, super adventurous, and so on and so forth. You can pick up one of those categories and tag along that work with it. That makes your engagement better, and that makes your challenge also better. It's as simple as that: can you lose 2 kgs of weight in 2 weeks? Okay, this could be a normal setting, but can you consistently do that for the next 4 weeks? That is where the karma score comes in, and I think that is an interesting part. Okay, I'll show a small video of how does this application work. Let me pull this up. Okay, so are you able to listen to the video as well? Okay, let me pull the video again.
probably have dozens of things on your mind. Trying to keep track of everything in your head is overwhelming. You don't know what to focus on first. But you don't have to remember everything. Let Todoist remember it all for you. Start getting tasks out of your head and onto your to-do list, no matter where you are or how much of a hurry you're in. Simply click or tap to create a task and use natural language to quickly add the details. Set a due date or a recurring due date like every Monday, so you never forget a deadline again. Then organize your task into a project and add a priority level so you know what's important and what can wait. You can even share projects and delegate tasks to a family member, friend, or coworker. Once it's in Todoist, you can stop worrying about it until it's due. With all your tasks organized in one place and synchronized across all your devices, you'll be able to easily review the day or week ahead. Todoist is the only task manager that helps you set productivity goals and keep track of them with beautiful visualizations. Use the feedback to stay on track and make real progress towards your goals. At the end of the day, you can rest, relax, and recharge for tomorrow with the peace of mind of knowing that everything is 100% organized and accounted for. Join over 10 million people who rely on Todoist every day to feel more in control of their lives. Visit Todoist.com to get started today.
We are still seeing the PPT.
Sorry? Yes. Did you look at the presentation? Any clues on any thoughts on that? I'll take a pause and let me ask you questions in case you have any questions. No questions?
Good
Yes.
afternoon. Yeah, it sounds good. I'm thinking of downloading the app now.
You should. I mean, again, this is not a promotional activity which I'm doing. There are multiple similar applications. But if you look at gamification experts, they rank Todoist as one of the most important application which has people's mind. Again, this is not an Indian app, but I'll show you some more Indian examples in my case studies as well. But Todoist is one of the brilliant app, and again, because you are working in teams, whether you are working in a college or whether you're working in an organization, you can start tagging people saying that, okay, I think this is something which you need. So rather than me sending you emails every moment saying that, for example, Bhumika, you are saying you are my colleague, and Bhumika, please submit this report to me tomorrow. What I will do is rather than doing all of that over an email, I will just tag you in my Todoist app. Simple. And I'll say, okay, and it's easier for me to now look at my entire day's work rather than scrolling emails saying that, okay, I know tomorrow I have to submit a presentation to Abhishek and Abhishek has to send me a mark list and whatever. So easier for me because see, we all live in the world of mobile applications rather than emails. Emails is, I mean, while we have mobile app for email as well, but again, Gmail is not a gamified version of work, right? But if I do all of that work using a mobile application, rather than me sending you emails and attachments, you can organize your entire day accordingly. And then obviously, the app also allows you to be a better worker or an efficient worker at the end of the day. I think that is something which I'm also trying to promote. I'm saying that okay, great, we are all good at managing ourselves, but can we be better than what we are? Okay, that's something. Any more questions? Great. So if there are no questions, let me proceed. Let me go back to my presentation mode. Great. So that's the first application which I had showed you, which you may want to use. Now, if you ask me, and most of you had actually, so I was looking at your schedule, and I saw that somebody had spoken about the 8 core drivers of analysis framework. And if you ask me now, the theoretical part of it, how and why does it work? Why is it actually benefiting you in the process? Because it is following core drive number 2 and core drive number 8. So core drive number 2 was largely the development and accomplishment part, because you are now trying to finish the task either made by you yourself. So that could be an intrinsic goal for you, saying that I want to finish the paper checking today. I want to get vegetables home. I want to do whatever. This could be as simple as paying the fees for your kid. Okay, there has to be a deadline. If you finish the work on a deadline, great. That's absolutely fine. Okay, so that's a simple thing which you have set for yourself. The moment the first week of the month comes in, I need to pay all my EMIs and so on and so forth. I need also go and meet the teacher of where my student my scholar studies in a coaching institute and so on and so forth. That is something that development and the accomplishment part takes care of. Core drive number 2. At core drive number 8, you don't want to, which is the loss and the avoidance, you don't want to postpone work. So, for example, if your colleague wants you, or your boss wants you to finish your work in a week, in a month, or in whatever timeline, you don't want to lose out on that negative karma. Also, you want to lose out on the negative karma. You don't want to lose out on the positive karma in the process. Saying that, okay, if there is a work deadline, let's try and finish that work as you can, or you can mutually decide upon between you and your boss. Again, the good part about this application as the process was that you are not sending emails left, right, and center. You can do that. That's completely applicable. But the problem with an email is that you still have to probably refer to 20 documents in an email and then eventually give an answer. You could have converted that entire email into a Todoist activity, and that could have actually helped you a lot as well. Okay, so that is something. So core drive number 2 and core drive number 8 are actually being applicable to run an application like this. That's another interesting application. I don't know how many of you have again used this. This is an application called the Forest, and I literally use this till date on my web browser also. If you haven't used Forest, I'll tell you what it does. It basically asks you to build a forest, as the name says, forest. It's a very pretty simple thing to do. What it does is it restricts you or it promotes you in both ways. So it works on the negative side also and the positive side also. Largely people use this as a part of a restriction drive. When they restrict, they try to stop themselves from using social media while working. Again, this is a very intrinsic thing to do. The companies, the colleges can put jammers saying that Facebook will not open during 9 to 5. Okay. Now that is something which is an expensive force which the company has asked you to do. They are forcing you not to use Facebook. Now, because the company is forcing you, you will try and find proxy servers to look at Facebook, proxy servers to look at YouTube, and so on and so forth. Studies have also shown that overspending time on social media actually reduces our efficiency. But what people have done, and what this application has done, is it starts with a small tree, so like a tree like which is shown to you like this. Okay, it begins with a tree like this, and you say that for the next 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, depending on how much time you want to pick up. Okay, I do not want to use 4 websites, and the 4 websites could be A, LinkedIn, B, Facebook, C, YouTube, C, D, Instagram, whatever. Right. By the way, this application is a mobile app. This application is available on your desktop, not desktop, I mean, so your web browser, which is your Chrome. As an add-on feature, I will show you that once I finish this part. And you can start downloading that application and say that while I'm working from 9 a.m. to 12 noon or 9 a.m. to 2 in the afternoon, in those 5 hours, I do not want to use these 5 applications. Okay, or these 10 applications. If I do that, okay, the entire tree, so the tree which you want to achieve is a tree like this, something like this, right? You will end up losing this tree and you will be back at the original position. So this was the original position, right? And this is what you want to achieve. Now you will end up getting back to the original position, and therefore your forest is lost. So people tend to build forests like this, which is where the long run objective is, by spending by making trees which are worth to 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours. And the application gives you an objective saying that if you're away from these applications for 4 hours, you will get, for example, a neem tree, a roseberry tree, and so forth. So that makes your your orchard or your forest looks much more beautiful in the process. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing, which also is very, very interesting in an application like this, a very, very applicable way of gamification, is that it also allows you to what it does is you can also add your friends, saying that we three of us will not be working on LinkedIn. We will not work on will not work on Facebook and so on and so forth. And they'll also send each other a notification in case one of the three people or one or more of these three people intend to open an application. Okay, so basically your friends will help you. So basically, this is how your the posts have taken a screenshot at. They will also help you to build your forest. So basically, they will start calling you. They can start nudging you up. They can start sending you SMS saying that please don't do that. What is an urgency of looking at the Facebook right now, and so on and so forth. So you can add your family members, friends, and so on, and depending on whom you want to add, and they can allow you to build your entire forest. Now, as I was mentioning, this application can be applicable as an add-on feature to you as well. Let me show you a small application there as well. Okay, let me pull up. Just give me a second. Let me open this for you, and then I will share my screen. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, now what you can see right now is something of this sort. So what I've done is I have basically added a small feature like this. So this is my forest application. So it's like an extension. If you just search for forest extension for Google Chrome, you will start finding forest extension. So if I click on forest extension, it will open like this. Okay, now right now my set parameter is 25 minutes. I can absolutely increase and decrease it to 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, and I can also increase. I can go up as much as you can. See, the moment I'm increasing, you can see that kind of tree which is also changing. So basically like an avatar which is being changed. I can keep on changing that. And let's hypothetically assume that I stand at 30 minutes. Now, there's also something called a block list mode, which I was mentioning, or an allow list mode. A block list mode basically does the following thing. It blocks you from going to those 4 and 5 websites. And the allow list mode basically allows you to only access 3 or 4 websites. So for example, I only want to work on Gmail. I only want to work on Microsoft Teams. I only want to work on the website which I am working on. It will only allow you to work on these 3 or 4 websites. And the remaining, all the websites will be shut off for you. And basically, the other websites will make your tree not grow the way you want, and so on and so forth. So once I do this, I can start doing this. The timer has begun, and it will keep on doing that. If I start opening up a new tab, or I mean, whatever guidelines have I set, I can change the guidelines also, by the way, here. So I can set up timelines and everything, and this will keep on running in the background. Okay, wherever I want to see, I can see, okay, the timer is running. So that is where I will not go in detail of how this functions. You can start exploring this application as well, and I think that is also an interesting fact which you may want to look at. Okay, I'll pause here again for a minute in case you have any doubts. I'll be happy to address. Yes, any doubts?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Abhishek, sir, this is Dr. Jeeva from Bangalore. And I was just listening, and I really feel this is something very nice to restrict ourselves. Well, technology gives us these benefits. Can we use these apps on a larger scale? For example, if I have a team, can I restrict on that teams or something like that, sir?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The only catch there is that every team member of yours, for example, you are working with me and Professor Arun in a team, then all three of us should have an application either on their mobile phones or on their web browser, and then you can tag us saying that and say that okay, we are so what this application does is they will allow you to make a small group. The group name could be ABC Forest, okay, or Professor Jiva's Forest,
Yeah.
right? So what three of you will do is you can have individual goals to make the forest grow, or you can have a collective goal saying that in this week we want to spend 8 hours without internet. Sorry, 8 hours without Facebook, not internet. Sorry, without Facebook. Now that and depending on your capacity, depending on Professor Arun's capacity and my capacity, we can contribute accordingly. Maybe you can contribute for 5 hours without Facebook. I can contribute for 2 hours, and Professor Arun can be for 1 hour. It could change tomorrow, but at least we are moving towards making your forest grow in the process.
Yeah, I mean, we all will be in the same work with a common goal or an objective.
Correct.
Nice, sir. Thank you.
Why am I again coming back to you about these kind of things is we are all up in lockdown. We are now slightly more inclined towards doing binge watching. We get to see YouTube videos, Netflix videos, Amazon Prime videos, dot. I personally was also engaging in doing a lot of activities like this. So we have to restrict ourselves during work hours. I know it is lucrative for us to watch videos. That's good, but again, not at the cost of losing out on work, right? So that
Exactly,
is where,
sir. Yeah, I agree with you, sir.
So this is an application which again improves your work efficiency, as I was mentioning, using gamification. Any more doubts? Any more concerns? I'll take a small pause here again because I have more cases to build, which are again different applications which I can show you. But any more thoughts to it? Great. If there are no thoughts, let me go back to my presentation. Okay. Great. So again, how does it work? As I was mentioning, you have already learned the core drivers. It talks about epic meaning and calling. That means how can so in a way, what you can also do, I haven't mentioned this as a part of my presentation, but what you can also do is you can also earn some virtual coins. You can also use these virtual coins to plant more trees for your friends and family as well. Because in a way, what you are doing is you are trying to promote them from being more productive. That's the core idea. You don't want to be a self-centered person. The forest has to look like a larger thing. And then the second thing, obviously, the development and the accomplishment part, you want to stay away or you want to only work on these three applications, depending on the block list mode or the allow list mode, what you are working on to. And I do this. The allow list mode is very interesting for me when I also do a lot of marking and I also do a lot of paper checking right now. I want to only do paper checking and upload marks in the next 4 hours. I want to only work on this platform. I do not want to even go and check my emails in the next 4 hours, which is what makes my work much more focused at times. Again, if there is an emergency, I have to, I can get my forest away. I can not get the plant in the right, but that's okay. But that is still making me, even though I'm away from an application or from a website for 2.5 hours, 3 hours, my goal was 4 hours. I think I've achieved a lot. And that is something which I'm really happy with at the end of the day. Okay, so that is something which you are looking at. And again, I'm not giving you examples of healthcare. Everybody is not talking about healthcare. I am personally not giving examples of healthcare. We are stuck up in Corona. We are not in a situation to go and run and finish kilometers. But we are still in a situation to work from home, and productivity really matters. Again, ownership and possession. How do you want to build your forest? Because that's your own forest. Social influence and relatedness. That basically means that how well do you compete with your friends? How do you collaborate with your friends to build your forest or to chase or to compete with your friends to say how better is your forest with respect to others? And again, obviously, loss and avoidance. You don't want to lose out on a tree as a part of your forest, and therefore that motivates you to stay focused on to your work. Okay, now some more guesses, and I have purposely titled this slide as gamification guesses. The first one is this. Most of you might have seen this or guessed what I have shown you. Any idea which application am I talking about? Any rough idea which application we're talking about? This is a brilliant application of gamification used by a company. Again, not for productivity reasons, general reasons. Any idea which application am I talking about? No. Okay, so this is this mobile app is for
Trade.
okay. Like, sorry,
Trade. Trade.
No, this is not Fred. This is not Fred. This is not Fred. Any more guesses? It's not Fred. This is a beverage brand. This is a coffee brand. I'm giving you much more clues now. This is Starbucks, by the way.
Starbucks.
This is Starbucks. This is completely Starbucks. I don't know how many of you realize the small cup there is more resembling Starbucks, right? You are at gold level 4. You keep on drinking coffee using Starbucks. Starbucks keeps giving you rewards. The rewards could be anything and everything. I'm just giving you examples wherein gamification has been used to increase sales of sorts as well, and also to improve loyalty. Somebody talked about Cred. Cred is also a brilliant example. I although haven't included that in my presentation, but I have similar examples to quote like Cred. But Cred, you are right in saying that Cred also uses gamification largely for allowing people to use their platform to make credit card payment bills, or for that matter, even use the coins to get discount from partnered players. So that's good. I will show you 3 more things, and these are developed by these things. So Speed Camera Lottery, World's Deepest Bin, and Bottle Bank Arcade. I'll show you all the 3. There are 3 videos which I would like you to see. All the 3 are simple innovations done using science to implement gamification. Okay, and I'll show you all the 3. The first one, Speed Camera Lottery. I'll give you a background of what Speed Camera Lottery does. Okay. No, I'll not give you the background. Let me show you the thing first, and then probably you can see. So let me pause here and okay. So let me go and show this to you again. By the way, by the time I clicked on this application, I got a small pop-up saying that I killed my tree. So I just wanted to tell you that as well. In the process, I killed my overall tree, which I had just planted. Okay, so let me show you this, the Speed Camera Lottery.
Could we get people to obey the speed limit through fun? I really believe that fun can change human behavior for the better, and I was really thrilled to see that my idea, which started as a scribble submitted into this competition, might even become reality. Speed Camera Lottery would do 2 things. One, it would photograph speeders and give them a citation, and that money goes in a pot. But if you're obeying the law, your picture will also get snapped. You'll be entered into a lottery and win some of that money from those speeders.
Jag kör alltid lagligt, men tveksamt om man vinner. Det är ju bra positiva grejer det där. Kör lagligt och tjäna deg, det är perfekt.
So that's the first. I hope you have seen the video now, right? Now, if you see what we are doing and what the West is doing, again, a good example of gamification, by the way. What the West did, I mean, the Western countries did was they used the concept of gamification to promote people to reduce their speed. What we are doing in India right now is we are still saying that I will charge you a fine, saying that if you are overspeeding your car or your bike, I will start charging you a fine, and that fine will be taken from your pocket, and God knows what will be happening with that. Okay, what they did was they said, okay, I will show a small speedometer saying that, okay, the moment your car passes that, maybe 50 meters later or 100 meters later, I will show you how much was your speed. Okay, which we don't do at times. Okay, if you are perfectly fine, and if you continue to be doing that for quite some time, and this is the larger part of the experiment, they start allowing you to be a part of a raffle draw and you win awards. Okay, now that's a positive motivation which I'm promoting. So while it is okay to fine people, to put a fine to people because they are overspeeding this, but are you appreciating the fact that people who are not overspeeding their cars? That becomes a positive psychology in the process. Again, people miss out. Again, I was mentioning, people don't understand that that it is okay to not appreciate people for not doing good work, but all the more reasons that you have to appreciate people for making good to society. I'll give you a small example. I don't know how many of you, and you have actually realized this, but how many of you actually start appreciating the fact that people are wearing masks these days? You are mixed. It's okay to call people that they are foolish, that they are not wearing masks. Good, but it is also an appreciative fact so think about this. I can implement the same idea into a mall. The people who are walking in a mall with the mask should be click pictures, and they might be allowed to enter into a raffle draw. Now, what will happen in this case is the malls will allow people to go and come into their malls because that will allow them to shop more, A, and B, with safety. So that is what we want to achieve, right? So that's exactly what I want to achieve. If you are wearing a mask for 8 hours, if you're wearing a mask for 6 hours or 10 hours in a week and in a mall or in a month or whatever you want to say, I'll give you a 10% discount on my. My job is done. Now, I have gamified the process. If you're continuously doing that for 20 hours, for 30 hours, for 100 hours, for 200 hours in a month or in 6 months, you stand a chance to be on the leaderboard. You stand a chance to get more awards, rewards, God knows what. That is something which the productivity part comes into picture, and I think that is where we have to start pitching in. This is a very simple idea which I'm sharing with you, but again, the world is not thinking about all of these things. Okay, I just gave you an example of how negativity can be improved into positivity. Let me show you one more. I don't have exact. All the 3 presentations are important, but let me quickly show you the other one as well, which is the world's deepest bin, by the way. Let me open that as well. Share that. So let me. Okay. Share. Okay. So that's the one. Great. So that's my other thing. Coming back, I have a third one also. If time permits, I'll show you that as well. But look at this. What they have done. They simply use the idea that people are littering. Instead of me complaining with the fact that people should not litter while they're going into parks or on the streets, they simply added this idea of having a. It seems like that it is a deep bin. Okay, and people will start putting just to be much more on the fun part of the putting trash in the bin. They made this sound effect in the process, but again that improved the overall efficiency of people to be much more cleaner in the society. Now that is a very positive motivation in the process. Again, they both the videos which I have shown you and the third video which I will not show you right now, depending on because the time constraint there. All these are initiatives by a company called Volkswagen. Now, Volkswagen, if you think, is much more as a part of the CSR, what this activity which they have done. Brilliant idea. Actual use of gamification to actually help the society in the long run. So again, the point is we haven't seen similar kind of activities much more in the Indianized context. I'll be happy if somebody wants to pick up some of this and want to implement this. All of us are innovators, right? I'm not saying that that we have to be an engineer to do all of this. We just want to have vigilance of mind, I think, to make this happen. So that is interesting part of it. Going back to my presentation, let me go back and I think that is. So I have shown you this. The last one also, I'll quickly give you a glimpse of Bottle Bank Arcade. It's basically again an initiative of Volkswagen, wherein they want people to different plastic bottles and different kind of bottles. It could be plastic bottles, it could be acrylic bottles or whatever, into different price. And because you're putting those kind of bottles correctly in the right manner, you are being awarded some amount of money, and they actually give them money in return. And that could actually, so they didn't give them money in return directly. They gave money in the form of tickets to travel in a metro. That is something which they, if I'm not wrong, they did this. That's interesting. Now, much more Indianized version of gamification. Although this is not productivity, my next example is more on the productivity part. But what GoIO did a couple of years back, I don't know how many of you remember that. So what they did was they realized that IPL is something which is really changing the viewership of people. And they tied up with a team called Mumbai Indians, and they said that we will run a small contest called Go Cash Fest. Again, I don't know how many realize this, but again, gamification, as I was mentioning, is really around us. So they ran this competition called Go Cash Fest. What was the competition all about? The competition was as simple as this: that while the Mumbai Indians are playing against any team, the team could be Rajasthan Royals, the team could be anything else. And your app is open during the match. Okay, so for every 4 6s, 50s, 100 wickets, winning the match, losing the match, taking a wicket, blah blah blah, you will be getting some Go Cash. That Go Cash is basically some amount of discount I'm offering. Okay, which you can use to make a booking before the next match of Mumbai Indians. So what they have done in the process, they have in a way they are trying to give you some kind of reward just by watching or following a simple team. So the team loyalty or the team viewership matches, the team matches and its viewership really goes up. GoIO gets benefited because of this, because now they are allowing people to earn some rewards in terms of Go Cash, and that can be used for booking tickets for hotels, taking a car ride or a bus ride, or so on and so forth. Practical example of gamification, which most of you might have seen, and this is, I think, 2 years back if I'm not wrong, or 1 year back if I'm not wrong. What we are right now seeing is this, right? And I hope everybody is now seeing this. It's called Google. So last year Diwali, Google Pay had this interesting contest wherein they were asking people to make, or in fact not make payments, just scan using an AR, VR, augmented reality, virtual reality concept to scan for a diya, scan for an image, earn these 5 goodies. If you are able to earn a jhuba, a flower, a diya, a laltain, a rangoli, you are liable to get minimum 250 rupees. What you are doing in the process are actually using Google Pay to make payments. A similar thing happened when Google Play did the same thing in the new year. So 2020, they launched this 2020 contest wherein they said that, okay, if you're able to earn a disc toffee, selfie, pizza, sunglasses, DJ and balloon, you are liable to get minimum 200 rupees. What we are doing right now while we speak is a contest happening at Google Pay, where it says Go India contest. I don't know how many of you have played that or are playing that. If you just go onto your Google Pay right now, it will ask you a small button which says enter the game. The enter the game button will make you enter a virtual game, and that's not a game actually. The idea of the game is to travel different cities, earn kilometers, collect tickets. And how do you collect tickets? You will only collect tickets by making payments to multiple players. So you basically what they're promoting is they're promoting the use of Google Pay as much as possible for making payments. Now, I don't know how many of you again realize this, but if you are reading recent newspapers and if you're reading recent reports by NCPI as well, National Payment Commissions of India, you will realizing that people have now started to use more of digital platforms than during the demonetization. So Corona is much more effective than demonetization. That's exactly what we're trying to say. I mean, joke, but the point is what I'm trying to make is what Google Pay actually did right now is they actually capitalized on this fact that people will start making payments because of Corona, and they will go digital in the process because they want to be much more safer. Why not to put them into a contest wherein they are able to earn minimum 100 rupees in the process of making payments, maybe for a month or so. So that is basically how they are initiating people to move from any platform to their platform. I don't know how many of you again know the difference. Paytm and Google Pay are different players. So Paytm also runs a similar contest. They allow you to play a game called Tambola. Okay, but remember that is a game in the process. That's not gamification. Gamification is that you need to collect game-like elements, but you are not playing a game in general. So Go India is not a game. Go India is only collecting tickets. Tickets are as simple as badges, as I was mentioning, right? But a Tambola is actually it's a game because Tambola itself is a game by default. You can play Tambola without being a part of Paytm contest as well or not. Okay, but if you remember what is the mechanics behind it, this is how a simple mechanics looks like. Right. So it all starts with an action point eventually. So there's a trigger which they talk about. The trigger is more of the intrinsic or extrinsic motivation which I was mentioning, but that leads to which is basically scanning, gifting, requesting, sending money to a friend, paying to a business partner, going and recharging our phone, maybe your friend, family, and so on and so forth. That could lead to a random stamp. This random stamp could be again. If you're playing Google Pay right now, you're using Google Pay, that this stamp right now is any city, or this stamp could also be a set of kilometers which you want to achieve. And because there's a surprise element in that, you keep paying, you keep on doing that. It's as simple as every time you pay, you are entering into a raffle draw, and that could help you move up or move down the ladder, right? Because you are also participating, there are other ways of earning the reward. You can include your friends as well. So what you do is you ask your friends to also make payments, because they will also start earning. And if they grow and you grow, then there's a chance that everybody will start earning this 101 rupees. Or you may start gifting some tickets to your friends. Your friends can start gifting tickets to you. But in the process, what is happening is your friends have to earn tickets. You have to earn. Basically, the entire community is moving towards Google Pay for a payment criteria. That is something what Cred is not doing right now. Somebody was asking me Cred. What Cred is not doing is Cred is only saying, or for that matter, Google Pay also did earlier, was they only ask people, or most of the apps do actually, they only ask people to use a referral concept. So a referral concept will make you engage one time, but will not have a sustainable process. Okay, what they are doing right now is a very sustainable idea. Okay, and then this process keeps on happening. Okay, so that is the mechanics behind most of these gamified elements and how do they function during the application part. So remember, we started off with this. What do we know? What have we learned? I think we began with understanding gamification simply. What I have shown you in the process is the application part of it. More importantly, my next slide is is the most important one, in fact, and that is where the what have we learned will be verified. So we have learned quite a bit of understanding of application of gamification using to improve productivity in different categories. But when I say, and I have talked about this in the first few slides as well, we should also know that what is not gamification, right? So I give an example. What Paytm is doing is not a gamified version. My next thing, which I at times confused, is an application which most of you would have seen, and it's a brilliant application till date in function. It was in news for a very long time. A game called Pokemon Go. Okay, I don't know how many have played that game, but the game was pretty simple. The Pokemon Go was to open your camera and search for Pokemon around you. There were negative effects of the game as well. A lot of people died because of this, because they were searching Pokemon left, right, center. Right. So that is something what people were doing. This was a game, by the way. There was a negative part of it, which I was mentioning. People have documented it. But there was also a positive side. A recent study, not a recent study had actually quoted it. And I will show you what the study actually did. They found out that what people were doing, and this is a real data, by the way. So when Pokemon Go was released, that actually had positive impact on people moving out of their houses and moving around the society. So what they were doing is, what Pokemon Go, or the concept of Pokemon Go, I'm not saying you will start using it now, but see for an example very clearly. What Pokemon Go did, they actually moved people from their houses into a park, into a mall, into somewhere just to find Pokemon Go. Don't go on the flip side of it. Think about how can that improve people's internal mindset to start walking. Now that's a simple thing, because it's a game. At the end of the day, you are still trying to win a game, like Candy Crush does. Okay, like any game which you play does, right? But if that game makes you, and most of the mobile games don't do this, right? They make you much more. They make you much more immobile in the process. Pokemon Go, on the contrary, made you mobile in the process. Positive change, if you look at it. Okay, that's a good news. That also that also takes me to this part, which clearly says that how are people contributing towards a number of steps. Now, if you see on the left hand side, the more Pokemon Go actually was launched, the number of steps really steeped up, and this is a weekend update on Pokemon Go, and they kept on doing the same thing. So what did this study? They actually found out that can mobile applications like Pokemon Go, I'm not saying copy Pokemon Go, similar applications like Pokemon Go actually make you move out of houses or not. Now that's a very good positive psychology you may want to generate. Okay. Now that brings me to the almost last, which talks about the tremendous opportunity which it has as gamification. The first thing is now e-learning, which everybody right now is doing. Most of you are hopefully professors. If not, they are people who are into teaching and learning. They will now, e-learning is something which everybody is now facing. If time permits, I will show you some examples tomorrow. How can you use gamification to engage your students at the back end? Right? I could have done that. I was very, very fascinated to use the same concept in the first session, and I could realize that I don't know how many are listening to me. While I could see that there are 40 odd people who have joined this call, I don't know how many who actually listened to me. This is a challenge. I could really render this tentative this challenge by using gamification. I will show that to you tomorrow when I will actually use this practically. Okay, so e-learning modules or online teaching can actually be made much more engaging by using gamification. That's the future, and that's where we are getting into. Tomorrow I will show you some practical examples of this as well. Second thing is, again, onboarding process, which again is now much more gamified. That means whatever you are submitting your documents as, your previous experiences, your whatever you are submitting, that can also be made much more engaging rather than a very contemporary way of documents and so on and so forth. So your entire orientation session can be again gamified. This is where it is also now getting online these days. The learning management systems have to also be made much more gamified in the process. Again, the point is people are still working on the same kind of way of entering marks, getting things. How many times or how recently have you seen an LMS system being gamified? That means you are again giving students marks. Students are looking at the marks. They are either satisfied or dissatisfied. They discuss within themselves. They do not come and debate with you, and so on and so forth. But think about it. The same student who has got a 33rd rank, random rank, right, in a class in mathematics could have actually got rank 1 in attentiveness in the class. If you give him that marks, I think he is much more satisfied because next time, whether he scores lesser marks or more marks, he knows he's consistently getting an award of being attentive in the class, or consistently being getting an award of making the class more participative. That is something where the LMS systems have to really move on to again gamify in the process, because that badge will make him much more in the class rather than outside the class. Okay, very, very important. Again, that also goes to the parents as well, because what parents at times only look at is right now is how students are getting marks. But again, drawing simple inspiration from movies like Tare Zameen Par, every child is special, right? So you have to show that speciality using the gamified part. And that simple award of him, giving him an award for making the best painting in a class can bring him back on track. Very important. So changing that LMS platforms into gamified versions is interesting. This is also very important. Right now, what companies are right now doing is they are using artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and machine learning to make much more to make reward much more customized for you. I think that is something which people are not really thinking through, but that's where the future lies. That means that if you are making X amount of spending, and I think that most of you have seen that, because you have been playing Candy Crush for quite some time now. If you have been playing Candy Crush, you can actually see that the kind of reward which you get is very different from the kind of rewards your partner gets or your friend gets at the end of the day. So what they are doing is, based on the trend of how you play or how many times you play a game, I will give you rewards. I think that is something which I would like to use in different sections, which is where the machine learning part, the AI part, and the AI will come into picture. And the last thing, which is we are still exploring as a researcher in myself, this is where I am working on point number 4 and point number 5. How can blockchain can be integrated with gamification in the process? Again, we are doing a lot of special issues with this and research papers also on this, and I think that is where the future lies in the process. Okay, I am done with the presentation. I think I am on track. I am at 4:03 roughly. I still have 6-7 minutes, 10 minutes for Q&A if any. I'll be happy to answer your questions, any queries, any you want me to look at. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for such a wonderful session. That was so engaging.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'll request participants to please come forward and raise any queries. Because I always believe this diversity coming from different background, in whatever area we are working, we can always pick up these gamified solutions and these references, and that can be very easily fitted into whatever we are doing and bring a great value addition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please raise your queries, Fanny.
Sir, good evening. This is Dr. Jiva again. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, if you could throw some light on this point, because when you started with the presentation, I was just making point. You also said about drive behavior, like some thrive on competition, and you were talking about you had mentioned leaderboards.
Yes,
If you
ma'am.
could just elaborate it a little bit in from the point of workplace.
Okay.
So,
Okay, Jiva, tomorrow, my entire session of 1.5 hours is actually focusing on each of these game mechanics. So there are 30
yeah.
game mechanics I picked, and I'm using case studies again tomorrow, wherein I will show that how companies, how LMS platforms are actually using leaderboards to engage students, engage customers, everything.
Okay.
So tomorrow, 1.5 hours, I'm actually doing an in-depth analysis of each of these game mechanics. Again, tomorrow's session is also more about under what circumstances you should use a bat, under what circumstances you should use a leaderboard, and so on and so forth. What is more effective where? That is where we are talking about tomorrow and the entire day. I have noted down your question. That's a very interesting question, to be honest. But if possible, can we wait for tomorrow? Because in the interest
Definitely,
of
sir.
time,
I will be eager to attend your 12 o'clock session tomorrow, the second session, and I'll be there. Yeah, thank you,
thank you.
sir.
Any other question from the participants?
And thank you, Abhishek, sir, because it was a very nice session. And as Kaushal sir said, like very engaging, you touched everything, even the simplest of the apps where we can individually restrict our behavior. And you also spoke about this, 8 drives. We have been listening from the last, 3, 4 sessions, and that part we are able to connect the 8 cores in the gamification octalysis framework. And it was very simple, and I am a non-tech person, so for me at least it was very guiding and very informative kind. Thank you so much for this session, sir.
Most welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Just let me thank you for your wonderful session. It was very, very nice and interesting. And thank you, Arun sir, for conducting, such a good workshop. But it would have been very, amazing if it would have been in a, physical classroom. I really don't like, online sessions, but still, from past 3 days, I've been trying to, involve myself fully into this workshop because I find it very, very nice. Because many of the times when I teach my students, so I do use mixed methods, during my teaching, whether showing the movie clips, whether discussing something based on some music, maybe Bollywood music or some kind of things which I have learned in IEM Bangalore. So in a course, so or designing a exercise, exactly the kind of a game elements, designing for a classroom. I try to sometimes design an exercise based on a concept. Suppose sometimes one exercise I designed, I was teaching strategic alliances. So I designed an exercise. Then I try to implement that exercise in a classroom. That was very 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 fruitful. And now from past 3 days I have been trying to focus where I can apply this gamification outside the classroom in a real life situations. Like yesterday I was discussing with one of the I don't remember. She's Bhavika. Her session was yesterday, so I was just trying to discuss with her a bit where if we can apply the gamification in government departments or government schools. So I'm just trying to focus if I can get something amazing concept which we can use outside the classroom, so that will make a big difference, so that can be very productive in many ways. But thanks to the whole team, wonderful sessions, and also Arun sir for organizing this kind of a workshop. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, any other question, we? All right, all right. Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Thanks a lot.
Aaron.
Thanks for a wonderful session.
You,
Especially you gave some real examples. I mean, the platform on top of which are readily available to be put to use without making any efforts. And obviously, one of the very important thing these days is digital detoxification.
Correct.
How to stay away from social media, not all the time, but largely we're spending a lot of time on social media, and how to avoid it and how we can really focus on our objectives. Thank you so much. And tomorrow again, we'll get an opportunity to listen to Dr. Abhishek. And as he has said, he's going to delve deeper and trying to create some situations where you can actually see how to react, which game mechanics to be used in what circumstances. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. And
Thank
tomorrow
you,
we are
Professor
going to
Arun.
have, yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek. And before we wind up, let me brief you about other two sessions we are going to have. One is going to be from Dr. Rakesh from PGI Chandigarh. He'll be talking about use of how we are going to make use of gamification for type 1 diabetes management. And another session we are going to have after Dr. Abhishek session in the evening is a scientist from ISRO, Dr. Pujar. So he'll be talking about water conservation through serious games, how that we can achieve water conservation. Again, thank you so much, Dr. Abhishek. Thank you all the participants for your amazing participation. And we look forward to some positive and encouraging and great outcomes of this session, because we are not going to stop here in this course. So we need to follow these practices and somehow make it use and to make the things more effective, to make the processes more beneficial. All right. Okay. Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right.
sir.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.